She walked back into my ballroom like she didn't leave me bleeding out in a hospital bed 5 years ago. I believed the lie. I thought she took the money and vanished. Now she's here, commanding my crew, owning every inch of my mother's $1 million gala with that steel spine and those rough, calloused hands, pretending the fire between us never burned us both alive.
Then I see him.
4 years old. Green eyes that match mine exactly. My son. She hid him from me. The woman I never stopped craving just became the only thing standing between me and everything I lost. Only this time, I'm not going to give her up. I'll kneel in the Brooklyn dirt for her. I'll tear my name apart. I'll prove I'm the father and the man she never thought I could be.
But first,
she's going to watch me say hi to my son.
Stay tuned for Secret Baby Second Chances, a billionaire who torches his throne, workplace enemies to lovers' heat, and a man who finally gets on his knees for the only woman who ever broke him.
Happily ever after guaranteed.
Welcome to Tyla Walker Romance. You're about to dive into one of Miss Tyla's free full audiobooks. She always knows how to make you forget your life with handsome alpha male billionaire heroes and sassy strong heroines who grab love with both hands. In order for this content to be free, we have to take out the dirty details. Otherwise, we risk disrupting this platform's rules and guidelines. Buy the unabridged version of any Tyla Walker audiobook from TylaWalker.com, and with code SAVE40, you can get 40% off any digital product at checkout. Take this moment to subscribe to the channel, and remember that liking and commenting is what makes these free full audiobooks possible. Thank you for choosing to treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 1. Elisa. Shift the staging truss 2 feet left. I point the tip of my gold pen at the lead foreman, projecting over the whine of hydraulic lifts in the cavernous Swanson Plaza ballroom. If the suspended wisteria installation isn't perfectly centered over the primary dining radius, the visual balance fails. We are building a floating garden, gentlemen, not a jungle. The crew scrambles, the clatter of steel echoing off the vaulted gold-leafed ceilings. With 8 weeks until the Mother's Day Gala, there is zero margin for error. $1 million budget for a single night. This contract isn't just a win, it is the cementing of my firm as the premier luxury event design company in New York. It is unshakable security for my son. Louisa steps up beside me, tapping her manicured fingernail against the thick roll of blueprints. The load-bearing specs for the floral chandeliers are cleared, but the supplier is giving me hell about the imported black orchids for the centerpieces. They want another signature. They have the deposit. I adjust the collar of my olive drab silk jumpsuit, the tailored fabric acting as a protection against the chill of the venue. Tell them if those orchids aren't in my humidity-controlled coolers. By tomorrow at dawn, I'll pull the contract and give the mid-season press exclusive to their competitor. Lethal. Louisa smirks, turning back to her tablet. I love it. I catch my reflection in the towering floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking Fifth Avenue. My thick 4C hair is braided and pinned into an intricate, tight crown, defying the cold, damp microclimate we're building in the room. Deep espresso skin, sharp collarbones. I built my business from dirt, sheer will, and a pair of pruning shears. I belong in this room, no matter how hard the memories try to whisper otherwise. The sharp, rhythmic clack, clack, clack of Louboutin heels cuts through the industrial noise of the crew. Catherine Swanson glides across the polished floor. She wears a pristine cream cashmere coat draped over her shoulders, pearls resting against her throat, and a practiced, razor-thin smile. She is a woman who views the world as a chessboard and the people on it as disposable pawns. Ms. Fleming, Catherine stops a few feet away, her pale eyes sweeping over the massive scaffolding and the chaotic staging area with thinly veiled disdain. I trust your team isn't overwhelmed by the sheer scale of our venue. The Swanson Gala demands a certain pedigree of execution. The insult is wrapped in silk, but the edge is sharp. The wealthy white matriarch casually questioning a black woman from Brooklyn if she can handle her elite playground. Scale is our specialty, Mrs. Swanson. My tone is flat, devoid of any inflection. We don't get overwhelmed. We execute. The wisteria canopy will be fully rigged by Thursday, leaving ample time for the floor detailing. Catherine's smile tightens by a fraction of a millimeter. Excellent. The budget allocations you requested are extensive. They require the direct approval of our CEO. My son is meticulous about these details. He handles the real estate and the financial oversight of the family trust. A heavy thud draws my attention across the sprawling ballroom. The mahogany double doors swing outward. The sharp scent of petrichor and expensive bergamot cuts through the heavy floral humidity. A sharp, stinging cramp seizes the muscles of my throat. I cannot pull a single breath. The heavy acrylic clipboard in my hand slips. It cracks against the floor like a gunshot. Broad shoulders stretch the seams of a bespoke, charcoal gray Tom Ford suit, blocking the corridor light. He crosses the marble in long, predatory strides, halting abruptly at the sound of the dropping clipboard. Donovan. A sickening jolt rocks through my stomach. The man who consumed my entire world for one blistering summer. The coward who didn't even have the spine to end it to my face, who sent his mother with a checkbook to tell me I was an embarrassing mistake. A disposable toy he was done playing with. What a coward that doesn't deserve such a handsome freaking face. Vivid, lethal green eyes lock onto mine. His face is harder than it was 5 years ago. Carved from granite. A faint, jagged silver scar tracks along his jawline, a violent disruption to his devastating symmetry. He freezes. The rigid, flawless composure of the billionaire CEO fractures for a singular, chaotic second. The muscle along his scarred jaw flexes so hard it looks painful, his nostrils flaring as his gaze rips over my face. His large hand moves to his left wrist. Long, powerful fingers grip the heavy platinum Patek Philippe watch. Click, click, click. 3 precise, brutal twists of the bezel. The mechanism ticks in the sudden silence of the room. He is suppressing a rage so absolute, his knuckles bleed white against the platinum. Survival instincts, honed over 29 years of abandonment and betrayal, hijack my nervous system. My right thumb slides over my index finger, dragging aggressively against the thick, hardened callus there. The rough friction of thousands of hours wielding pruning shears. Dirt. Blood. Sweat. Derek, my son's face flashes behind my eyes. The 4-year-old boy sitting in my brownstone, drawing with crayons, breathing with Donovan's exact green eyes and Donovan's exact jawline. Generational wealth. Stability. I will not let the Swanson empire break me twice. I stoop, my hand wrapping around the acrylic clipboard. I straighten, rolling my shoulders back, lifting my chin until I am looking directly down the bridge of my nose at the man who shattered my soul. The initial blinding panic recedes, leaving a cold, heavy numbness in its wake. I swallow the razor blades in my throat and speak with smooth, unshakable authority. Mr. Swanson, Elisa Fleming, Principal Designer and CEO of Fleming Botanicals and Events. We were just discussing your final approval on the installation budget. Donovan's jaw flexes, the muscle ticking rapidly beneath the silver scar. He doesn't say a word. The ensuing silence is thick enough to choke on. Catherine's phone vibrates loudly in her designer handbag. She retrieves it, her perfectly manicured brow pinching in irritation. London is calling. I must take this. She waves a dismissive hand. Donovan, review her budget. Do not let her overcharge the trust. Catherine pivots and walks out, the click of her heels fading down the corridor. Louisa's phone rings a second later. She glances at the screen, her eyes widening. It's Hector. The supplier at the loading area is threatening to drive the delivery trucks back to the warehouse. They refuse to unload without a secondary authorization stamp. Go. I keep my eyes locked on the dormant volcano standing 10 feet away. Handle the supplier. Do not let them leave. You sure? Louisa hesitates, her gaze darting between Donovan's rigid, towering frame and my locked posture. She reads the sudden, explosive hostility radiating between us. Go, Louisa. She hurries toward the service elevators. The metal doors slide shut with a heavy clang. We are alone. The cavernous ballroom stretches around us, suddenly too quiet. The damp, chilled scent of imported soil and crushed stems settles over us like a weighted blanket. Donovan stalks across the floor, his shadow falling over me before he even stops moving. He towers over me, a massive, broad-shouldered eclipse. The raw, heavy scent of him, wood smoke, rain, and power makes my stomach pitch. He crowds me, forcing me to tilt my head back to maintain eye contact. I refuse to step back. I refuse to yield a single inch of territory. He lowers his head, the movement slow, dangerous, and dripping with venom. His face is so close, I feel the heat radiating off his skin, his breath brushing against my cheek. I'll pay you double whatever my mother is paying you, he says, the words scraping out raw and vicious. To walk out those doors right now.
Chapter 2. Donovan. The ultimatum hangs in the cavernous ballroom, vibrating off the gold-leafed ceilings. I expect her to flinch. I expect the deference my last name usually commands. Instead, Elisa doesn't shrink. Her chin remains perfectly level, her dark eyes void of fear. Before she can open her mouth to deliver a counterstrike, a frantic shout echoes across the marble floor. Mr. Swanson, sir! Barrett, my newly appointed vice president of operations, jogs toward us, clutching a fluorescent yellow tablet. The fire marshal is blocking the loading dock. He requires the master override codes before the staging crew can rig the suspended. I do not look at Barrett. I keep my gaze locked on the woman who carved out my chest and left me bleeding out on a sterile hospital mattress for one more agonizing second. I pivot, grabbing Barrett by the bicep of his suit jacket, and drag him away from the service corridor. I haul him toward the glass-walled mezzanine conference room overlooking the ballroom, my long strides forcing him into an undignified stumble. I shove through the heavy glass doors, releasing him. Who signed the vendor authorization for the floral design? Fleming Botanicals and Events? Barrett swallows hard, tapping the screen of his tablet with a shaking finger. Your mother, sir. Catherine fast-tracked the approval last month. They are the top-tier agency in the tri-state area. The portfolio is immaculate, their NDAs are ironclad, and they guarantee discretion. Catherine insisted on the best for the gala. I stare at him, the silence stretching tight and excruciating in the soundproof glass box. Fire them! Barrett freezes, the tablet nearly slipping from his grasp. Sir, the gala is 8 weeks away. The penalty clause in their contract alone is exorbitant, not to mention the press fallout, finding a replacement firm capable of this scale. Did I stutter, Barrett? Barrett reads the terrifying promise in my posture. No, Mr. Swanson. I will draft the termination papers immediately. He backs out of the room, fleeing my temper. Alone in the glass box, I grip the mahogany conference table until the joints in my fingers strain against the skin. The jagged scar mapping my jawline burns, a brutal reminder of the mangled wreckage that nearly ended my life 5 years ago. The weeks of darkness, the machines breathing for me, waking up in the ICU, lungs screaming for her, only to find an empty chair. My mother standing at the side, handing me the printed bank statements. She took the payout, Donovan. $1 million. She's gone. I look through the soundproof glass, out at the bleak, gray March sky beyond the Fifth Avenue windows, and then down onto the chaotic ballroom floor. Elisa Fleming stands amidst the towering steel trusses. 5 years ago, she was 24, vibrant, unguarded, smelling of earth and cheap bodega coffee, laughing with her head thrown back in the sweltering, heavy heat of a Brooklyn summer. She was the only real, pulsing thing in my sterile existence, the only chaotic splash of color in the toxic machinery of the Swanson Empire. After my older brother swallowed a bottle of pills to escape our mother's relentless expectations, I became the sole heir. I operated in a vacuum of cold logic and ruthlessness. Elisa was the only woman who ever made me feel human. The woman commanding the staging floor below is a stranger. Her deep espresso skin gleams under the harsh industrial halogens. She wears an olive drab silk jumpsuit tailored tight to her waist, immaculate and unyielding. Her thick hair is no longer wild and free. It is ruthlessly tamed, braided, and pinned into an intricate crown atop her head. She moves with uncompromising authority. A burly, red-faced staging foreman points a dismissive finger in her face, arguing a blueprint detail. Elisa doesn't take a single step back. Even from up here, separated by a pane of glass and 50 feet of air, I recognize the terrifying shift in her posture. She speaks. The foreman drops his hand immediately, stepping backward, instantly subdued by her tone. She is a black woman commanding a battalion of white male contractors in a venue owned by the very dynasty that views her as disposable trash, and she is untouchable. The hatred is a corrosive acid eating through me. The obsession is a raging, unhinged inferno right beneath it. I unbutton my left cuff. Meticulously, I fold the charcoal gray Tom Ford wool back. Once, twice. I unbutton the right cuff, fold, once, twice. My blood hums with dark, violent adrenaline. I push open the glass door and take the stairs down to the main floor. I track her movements. She dismisses the foreman and walks alone toward the east corridor, heading for the service elevators. Her loud, fiercely protective lead designer is nowhere in sight. My steps echo against the floor. Elisa turns before I even speak, sensing my approach. Her dark eyes track me. Her hand twitches at her side, her thumb digging ruthlessly into the joint of her index finger, a tell I've never seen before. The sheer audacity! I stop 3 feet away from her. To walk into my building, to take a contract from my family. Your mother sought out my firm, Mr. Swanson. She doesn't blink. It is the tone of a woman who negotiates multi-million-dollar invoices before breakfast. Not the other way around. Fleming Botanicals and Events is the premier event design firm in the city. We don't solicit, we are summoned. I suppose the greed finally outweighed your discretion. The accusation tastes metallic and bitter on my tongue. You couldn't resist a Swanson-sized budget. Her spine snaps perfectly straight. The sharp, elegant lines of her collarbones tense beneath the silk. I am a vendor fulfilling a legal obligation. My team will build the suspended canopy. We will install the centerpieces, and on the morning of the Mother's Day Gala, we will leave. Stay out of my way, and I will stay out of yours. You don't issue orders in my building. I step closer. The height difference forces her to tilt her chin up, exposing her long, graceful neck. I'm terminating the contract. You'll have the severance wire in your account by noon. Pack up your scaffolding and get out. No. Excuse me? The word snaps out of me, sharp and dangerous. No. Elisa holds her acrylic clipboard against her chest like a shield, her knuckles pale. The contract is ironclad, signed by the primary trustee of the Swanson estate. You cannot terminate it without cause, and the CEO is having a temper tantrum does not qualify as a breach of deliverables. I am not leaving, Donovan. I am not intimidated by your wealth, your bespoke suits, or your mother. I am finishing this job. The polished metal doors of the service elevator slide open behind her with a dull chime. Elisa steps backward into the empty, steel-walled cab. Have your legal team read Section 4 of the agreement. Good day, Mr. Swanson. She reaches for the panel to press the lobby button. A violent, possessive instinct overrides my restraint. I lunge forward, planting my hands flat against the heavy steel doors just as they begin to shut. The metal groans, hydraulic motors whining in protest against my grip as I force them apart and step into the cab. The confined space shrinks instantly. I back her directly against the mirrored rear wall. I don't touch her, but I cage her, slamming one hand against the mirror beside her head and gripping the steel handrail near her hip with the other. She doesn't cower. She glares up at me, breathing heavily. The rapid, angry rise and fall of her chest grazes the fine wool of my suit. Then it hits me. Jasmine, white tea, rainwater. The scent bypasses my fury, cutting through 5 years of rotting betrayal to strike directly at my center. The visceral memory of burying my face in her neck, of her long legs wrapped around my waist in the stifling heat of her old Brooklyn apartment, detonates in my chest. The hatred shatters, leaving only a desperate, agonizing heat. I want to crush my mouth against hers. I want to tear that immaculate silk apart and consume her right here on the elevator floor until she screams my name the way she used to. Mine. She was mine. Her eyes darken. Her pupils dilate, swallowing her irises. The sudden ragged hitch in her breathing proves she feels it too. The inescapable muscle memory of our bodies. I lean down until my breath mingles with hers. How long did the $1 million last, Elisa? I step back before our closeness breaks my restraint. I walk backward out of the cab, letting the heavy steel doors slide shut, severing my view of her stunned, devastated face.
Chapter 3. Elisa. The stifling wet heat of the Brooklyn greenhouse clings to my neck. Damp peat moss and blooming jasmine thicken the air, a heavy perfume that usually settles my pulse. Today, it fails. The mechanical hum of the industrial ventilation fans cannot drown out the harsh accusation that has been rattling in my skull for 3 straight days. How long did the $1 million last, Elisa? What does he mean by that? It doesn't really matter anymore. The sharp carbon steel blades of my bypass shears snap shut, narrowly missing the stem. The metal bites through the thick canvas of my protective glove. A searing sting flares instantly. I rip the glove off. A single bead of dark crimson wells up against my deep espresso skin. My right thumb instinctively slides over the cut, dragging aggressively against the rough callus on the side of my index finger. The harsh friction distracts from the erratic misfiring of my pulse. You're going to lose a digit if you keep spacing out on the phalaenopsis. Hector steps into the narrow aisle between the metal staging racks, his heavy boots crunching against the gravel floor. He is wearing a faded black t-shirt that stretches over his broad shoulders and a scowl that deepens the harsh lines around his mouth. My older brother, my business manager, the only man on this planet who never abandoned me. He drops a thick stack of printed financial ledgers onto the aluminum potting table, the sound violently sharp in the humid space. The Swanson accounting department just initiated a line-by-line audit of our Phase 1 invoice. Again, they flagged the base framework costs for the wisteria canopy. He is trying to bleed our operational budget dry before we even load the delivery trucks. I wipe the drop of blood onto a microfiber cloth. Let them audit. Every receipt is digitized and meticulously logged. The contract explicitly covers load-bearing infrastructure at market rate, plus 20%. He cannot legally break the agreement without paying the cancellation penalty. Maybe we should have let him terminate it on Monday. Hector leans against the metal table, his thick arms crossing over his chest. Take the penalty fee and walk. The man is ruthless, Elle. He operates on the assumption that Swanson money can crush anyone who steps into his tax bracket. He thinks he dictates the rules. I take a deep breath. He thinks I am the same naive 24-year-old girl he left pining for him. I am not backing down, Hector. If I walk, Catherine Swanson controls the narrative. She tells her elite circle that we lack the pedigree to execute their vision. We lose the generational cachet this Gala provides. I built this firm from nothing, and I will not let him dismantle it. The heavy plastic double doors at the front of the greenhouse push open. Louisa struts down the center gravel path, balancing a cardboard tray with 3 massive iced coffees. Her bright yellow sundress is a stark contrast to the oppressive green humidity of the room. Caffeine. Stat. Louisa shoves a sweating plastic cup into my free hand. She turns to Hector, thrusting the second cup directly into the center of his chest. And you need to stop pacing. You're stressing the ferns. I swear to God. The maiden hairs are wilting, just absorbing your toxic masculine aura. Hector glares at the cup, then slowly shifts his glare to her. I'm protecting my sister's business, Louisa. This isn't a game. It's an iced Americano, Hector. Drink it and unclench. She winks at him, unaffected by his towering scowl. Hector's jaw tightens, a muscle ticking beneath his beard. He is using his accounting department as a firing squad. The guy is a manipulative prick. Language. Louisa snaps her brightly manicured fingers inches from his nose. Derek comes home from pre-K in 2 hours for lunch. If that 4-year-old repeats the word prick to his teacher because his uncle lacks a basic vocabulary filter, I will personally prune your favorite bonsai tree into a stump. Hector mutters a string of creative profanities under his breath and takes a long, aggressive drag of his coffee. My phone vibrates against the aluminum table. The screen illuminates with a high-priority email notification. Sender, D. Swanson. Subject, mock-up rejection. I tap the screen. A single ruthless sentence glares back at me in stark black text. The preliminary floral schematics are inadequate. Meeting required. My office. 8 p.m. tonight. Hector leans over my shoulder reading the screen. The air around him instantly turns hostile. Why the hell 8 p.m.? In a penthouse office. He's playing games. Language, Hector. Louisa groans, throwing her hands in the air. It's not a meeting. I look at the screen. It's an ambush. I pick up my phone, my fingers flying across the digital keyboard with sharp, precise strikes. Setting a meeting after business hours forces me into his personal time. It shifts the dynamic from a professional vendor interaction to an intimate summons. It's a power play designed to throw me off balance. Reply, Mr. Swanson, 8 p.m. is outside of Fleming Botanical's operational hours. I will arrive at your office at 2 p.m. today to review the schematics. E. Fleming. Translation. You want to drag me into your penthouse after dark? You don't get the privilege of my personal time. We play this on my schedule. I hit send. 30 seconds later, the screen flashes. D. Swanson, 2 p.m. Do not be late? Perfect. The Swanson Enterprises penthouse office sits 90 floors above the Manhattan pavement, a monolith of glass, steel, and insurmountable wealth. I move out of the private executive elevator. The air up here is heavily filtered, chilled against the crisp March wind rattling the windows and smelling of sharp espresso and industrial floor wax. I wear a tailored charcoal jumpsuit. My thick 4C hair is pulled into a tight polished updo. No loose strands, no vulnerabilities. Donovan sits behind a massive slab of raw obsidian that serves as his desk. His bespoke charcoal suit stretches tight across the breadth of his shoulders. He isn't reviewing files. He is waiting for me. His striking green eyes track my every step from the second the elevator doors part, the faint, jagged silver scar along his jawline pulled tight with tension. A heavy crystal tumbler rests near his left hand. Amber liquid coats the bottom. Whiskey. At 2 in the afternoon, a glaring crack in his usually flawless discipline. He does not offer me a seat. I walk across the expansive Persian rug, the click-clack of my heels breaking the silence, halting just short of his desk. I clasp my hands tightly together behind my back, actively preventing my thumb from seeking the rough callus on my index finger. I refuse to give him a single visual tell. You rejected the preliminary schematics. I keep my spine rigid. Specify the deficiencies. Donovan picks up the thick printed dossier of my designs. He doesn't even glance at the pages. His eyes remain locked on mine. The color palette is chaotic. The base footprint of the centerpieces obstructs the sightlines across the VIP tables. It lacks the cohesion the Swanson name requires. It's derivative, amateur. The insult is deliberate, a blatant provocation. The color palette relies on an ombre gradient of deep burgundies and creams, specifically requested by your mother's Gala committee in subsection 4 of our initial brief. I keep my chin perfectly level, staring down the bridge of my nose at him. The centerpieces utilize a high-clearance acrylic base. The floral arrangement begins 32 inches above the tabletop. It is physically impossible for it to obstruct a seated guest's sightline. Try again, Donovan. Find a real flaw. His jaw flexes, the muscle ticking beneath the scar. He stands, unfolding his massive frame from the leather chair. He rounds the obsidian desk, his movements slow and deliberate. He stops inches away. The flaw is that you are standing in my building, dictating terms to me. I'm doing my job. I hold my ground, planting my heels firmly into the carpet as he approaches. A job you cannot stop me from completing. The heat radiating from his large frame bleeds through the silk of my jumpsuit. He smells of sharp winter air and the faint bitter trace of the whiskey in his glass. The professional hostility snaps. The argument dissolves into a sudden, suffocating awareness of our bodies. He towers over me, forcing me to tilt my head back. The green of his eyes darkens to the color of a bruised forest, the pupils expanding rapidly, swallowing the irises. His gaze drops to my mouth, tracking the slight, involuntary parting of my lips. The heavy silence stretches. The visceral recollection of his large, warm hands sliding down my waist 5 years ago ignites a searing ache straight down the center of my spine. The betrayal and the lust crash into each other. I can stop you, Elisa. He leans in, his tone dropping the formal veneer. I could tie up your operating licenses in litigation until you bleed out in legal fees. I could ensure Catherine's committee blacklists you from every venue south of Central Park. I step directly into his space, the silk of my jumpsuit brushing the fine wool of his lapel. Do it. Bury me in paperwork. Bankrupt me. It won't change the fact that I am the only person in this city who refuses to bow down to you. His breathing hitches, a harsh, jagged sound. His large hand twitches, lifting toward my hip before he forcibly grounds it. A sharp, shrill ring cuts through heavy silence. The noise echoes violently off the glass walls. My phone, sitting face up on the corner of his obsidian desk where I placed my bag. The bright digital screen lights up the dark surface. Caller ID, daycare, urgent.
Chapter 4. Donovan. The shrill ring of the phone shatters the quiet of my penthouse. The word urgent flashes across the digital screen resting on my obsidian desk. Before I can demand an explanation for the interruption, the rich, warm espresso of her skin turns a sickly gray. Her immovable, polished composure shatters. She lunges for the device, her fingers trembling against the smooth glass. She presses it to her ear, turning her back to me. The movement is frantic, devoid of the meticulously calculated grace she wields in public. Yes, this is his mother. The word hangs in the air. Mother, a child. She has a child. The acid of betrayal burns fresh down my throat. While I was lying in an ICU, breathing through a plastic tube, piecing my shattered skull back together, undergoing rehabilitation for years, she was building a life, building a family, spending the $1 million payout my mother handed her to buy a perfectly curated existence with someone else. Her spine crumples slightly. Is he breathing? Did you administer the albuterol? A pause. The ragged sound of her inhaling fills the silence. I am leaving right now. Keep him elevated. I'll be there in 20 minutes. She drops the phone into her leather tote. Her hands dive for the thick, printed dossier of floral schematics resting on the desk. She shoves the pages into the bag, the paper tearing under the brutal force of her grip, and she does not look at me. She does not deliver a parting strike. The Swanson Empire, the $1 million contract, it all ceases to exist. I'm eradicated from her focus. She pivots on her heel and sprints. The rapid click of her shoes against the Persian rug tracks her desperate flight. She slams her palm against the call button for my private executive elevator. The heavy oak doors part instantly. She steps inside, the doors sliding shut, severing the sight of her trembling shoulders. Silence drops over the penthouse, leaving the massive space feeling cold, sterile, and suddenly hollow. I should stay where I am. I should pour another 3 fingers of the aged bourbon and let the toxic woman navigate the chaos of her own making. She walked away from me. She took the money. She is nothing but a vendor. A dark, violent hum vibrates beneath my ribs. The jagged silver scar along my jawline burns. My hands move, bypassing the cold logic of my brain. A possessive instinct overrides my restraint. The urge to intercept a threat, to physically shield, demands action with a screaming urgency. I stride across the office and hit the call button for the secondary express car. The descent is 90 floors of agonizing, suspended gravity. The numbers above the doors flash in a rapid countdown, an infuriatingly slow metric of distance. The doors glide open into the cavernous expanse of the Swanson Enterprises lobby. Floor-to-ceiling windows line the perimeter, showcasing a torrential black sky. The storm has broken over Manhattan. Rain lashes against the reinforced glass in violent, heavy sheets. Elisa stands at the primary logistics desk, directly blocking the exit turnstiles. She argues with Benson, the head of building security. Her composure is gone, replaced by escalating desperation. "Override the barricades, Benson." Her voice cracks, pitching upward. "My supply van is parked on level B2. The staging crew locked the loading dock doors with their flatbeds, and your automated system won't lift the gates." Benson, a man molded by corporate bureaucracy, taps a thick finger against his tablet. "Ms. Fleming, protocol dictates the loading dock remains sealed during heavy weather events to prevent subterranean flooding. The automated gates are hard-coded. I cannot manually override the B2 exit until the weather advisory lifts." "My son cannot breathe." Elisa slams her open palm onto the marble counter. "I need my vehicle. Open the goddamn gate." Her right thumb slides over her index finger, digging into the rough callus. The movement is frantic, the tell of a woman pushed to the absolute edge. I step forward. "Step away from the desk, Elisa." My tone carries the absolute authority of the man whose name is bolted to the exterior of the building. Benson snaps to attention, the color draining from his face. "Mr. Swanson, I was just explaining the protocol." "I don't require an explanation of the protocol I authored, Benson." I keep my eyes locked on the rigid line of Elisa's back. "The B2 gates remain sealed." Elisa spins around. "You vindictive prick! Tell him to open the gates. This isn't a boardroom negotiation. This is my child." "Your van is boxed in by 6 tons of staging equipment. Even if the gates were open, you are not maneuvering a commercial vehicle out of that dock." I pull a heavy matte black phone from the interior pocket of my suit jacket. I press a single button on the side. Miller, my personal driver, answers. "Bring the Cullinan to the front glass," I say. 60 seconds. I drop the phone back into my pocket. Elisa takes a step back, the charcoal silk of her jumpsuit pulling tight across her chest as her breathing hitches. She clutches her leather tote against her stomach as a shield. "Get in the car, Elisa." "No!" The word is instantaneous. A visceral, automatic rejection. "I will call a car service. I will hail a cab. I am not getting in a vehicle with you." "A heavy weather advisory just hit the grid. Every rideshare in a 10-mile radius is surging or suspended. The streets are gridlocked." I crowd her, forcing her to tilt her head back. "You are wasting time. Time your son apparently does not have." The mention of the boy strikes a nerve. Her throat works as she swallows hard. The fierce independence she wears to keep my world at bay fractures. "Do not use him to corner me," she says, the sound raw and devoid of her usual polish. "I am not cornering you. I'm providing an exit." The words taste like poison. I hate the way she looks right now. I hate the terror in her eyes, and I hate the violent, consuming urge in my own chest to wrap my hands around the throat of whoever or whatever is causing it. "I don't want your help." She squares her shoulders. "I don't want a Swanson's charity. I survived 5 years without you. I don't need you now." She turns her back on me. She marches past the security turnstiles, pushing through the heavy revolving doors at the entrance of the building. I follow her out. Outside, the storm is a churning gray wall. The rain falls in punishing, sideways sheets, instantly turning the concrete into a rushing river. The wind howls down Fifth Avenue, whipping the heavy drops into blinding projectiles. Elisa steps out from under the protection of the Swanson Enterprises awning. The rain hits her instantly. The meticulously pinned crown of her hair flattens under the deluge within seconds. The heavy silk of her jumpsuit darkens, plastering to her collarbones and her spine. She steps off the curb, the rushing water soaking into her leather heels. She raises her hand, waving frantically at the blur of headlights crawling through the flooded avenue. A yellow cab speeds past, sending a massive wave of dirty street water crashing against her shins. The driver doesn't even touch the brakes. A black town car follows, the off-duty sign glaring brightly through the downpour. She stands under the rain, exposed and violently shivering. Another cab flies past. No one is stopping. A massive, sleek black Rolls-Royce Cullinan pulls up to the curb, its tires hissing against the flooded asphalt. I step off the curb. I open a large black golf umbrella, the heavy canvas snapping taut against the violent wind. I walk up behind her, holding the umbrella directly over her head, cutting off the punishing deluge. Elisa gasps, turning around. Water streams down her face, her teeth chattering uncontrollably as she looks up at me from beneath the black canopy. "Will you let me drive you?" I ask, my voice barely audible over the roaring storm. "Or are you going to stand here and freeze while your son waits?" She stares at me, shivering so hard the leather tote shakes against her chest. She closes her eyes, the fight draining out of her posture. "Drive."
Chapter 5. Elisa. The heavy matte black steel of the staging trellis bites mercilessly through the canvas of my work gloves. The 8-foot archway weighs at least 90 pounds. The edges dig into the soft flesh between my thumb and index finger, grinding against the bone. My biceps tremble in violent protest. The joints in my knees lock, bearing the unbalanced load as I drag the massive structure across the polished floor of the Swanson Plaza Ballroom. Drop it, Elle. Right now. Louisa steps directly into my path, her bright coral blouse a glaring anomaly against the sterile, gilded architecture. She holds a clipboard flat against her chest. The base needs to be secured before the plaster dries. My throat is lined with sandpaper and the lingering phantom taste of sterile hospital air. If we miss the curing window, the entire floral canopy shifts off its central axis. The visual balance will be ruined. The Teamsters are on a mandatory union break. Louisa points a manicured finger toward the loading bay, where 4 burly contractors sit on overturned coolers, drinking coffee. They go back on the clock in 15 minutes. They are paid exorbitant hazard rates to move the steel. You are the CEO. You do not drag structural frames across a ballroom floor. I don't have 15 minutes, Louisa. I heave the archway another 2 feet. The metal scrapes against the floor, a harsh, grating shriek. I don't have the luxury of time or rest or pride. The blinding fluorescent lights of the pediatric emergency room still burn the backs of my eyelids. The rhythmic, mechanical hiss of the nebulizer mask strapped to my 4-year-old son's face echoes in my head, drowning out the noise of the construction crew. 2 hours of sleep. My mind is a fractured loop of yesterday afternoon. The suffocating, agonizing silence in the back of Donovan's Cullinan as his driver tore through the flooded Manhattan streets. The sheer terror of pulling up to the daycare, only to see paramedics already loading my little boy into the back of an ambulance. The endless, grueling night at the hospital, watching Derek's small chest heave as he fought for every breath. The guilt is a rotting weight in my stomach. Did I miss his early warning coughs yesterday morning because I was too focused on Swanson invoices? Was I too busy sparring with the man who broke my heart to notice my own child was getting sick? The sheer, terrifying helplessness of watching a doctor adjust a pediatric oxygen valve while I stood perfectly still. That is the nightmare I am trying to outrun by burying my hands in this work is still vivid in my head. I dig the heels of my worn boots into the floor and pull. The heavy steel shifts, the center of gravity tilting wildly to the left. The weight doubles instantly. My grip slips. The canvas glove slides against the smooth, cold metal. The massive trellis begins to tip backward, a 90-pound guillotine of steel falling directly toward my chest. Gravity takes over, absolute and unforgiving. The heavy scent of rain-dampened wool and clean cedar cuts through the construction dust. 2 large hands shoot past my shoulders. Long, powerful fingers wrap around the thick steel pipes, his knuckles brushing mine. The descent of the trellis stops instantly. Broad shoulders block the glaring morning light streaming through the windows. The bespoke midnight blue wool of a suit coat brushes against the faded, dirt-stained denim of my jacket. Donovan. He stands flush against my back. He doesn't strain against the weight. His biceps flex beneath his sleeves, the dense muscle easily absorbing the 90 pounds of falling steel. The brush of his forearms against mine makes the fine hairs on my arms stand on end. My breathing halts. He freezes with me. The shrill whine of the power drills at the far end of the hall seems to mute. Let it go, Elisa. His breath fans the damp hair at the nape of my neck. He doesn't sound like the ruthless executive who threatened my firm. The demand is quiet, stripped of all hostility. My fingers are locked, seized by the sheer adrenaline of the near impact. I have it. Step back. I open my hands. Donovan takes the full weight of the trellis. He steps around me, moving the heavy archway with a terrifying, effortless grace. He sets it perfectly onto the chalk anchor marks, the metal connecting with a heavy final clang. He turns to face me. His eyes trap mine, striking in green. He tracks the chaotic mess of my appearance. No flawless makeup, no crisp, tailored silk. I wear an oversized, faded denim jacket over a plain black t-shirt. My thick hair is a casualty of last night's torrential rain and this morning's sweat. The polished twists have begun to unravel at the roots, tight, uncooperative coils pressing damply against my neck. Deep, dark purple shadows bruise the delicate skin beneath my eyes. I hate that he sees me like this, ragged, frayed at the edges. He stares at me, the muscle in his scarred jaw jumping once, twice. His hands remain at his sides, fists curled so tightly the tendons in his forearms strain against the cuffs of his shirt. Your union foremen are paid double time to manage heavy lifting, he says. The words are forced out through a clenched jaw. Where is the site manager? On break. I square my shoulders, refusing to let him see the tremors racking my exhausted muscles. The plaster doesn't respect the union schedule. You are shaking. I am working. I reach down, picking up my fallen clipboard. I don't have the time to argue with you today, Donovan. He doesn't argue back. He just stares at the dark circles under my eyes. Instead of responding to me, he looks over my head, his gaze locking on to Louisa. Ms. Bakers. Donovan's voice rings out across the space. Louisa straightens, her eyes darting between the two of us, reading the sudden, unnerving stillness between us. Mr. Swanson. Call the concierge desk at the Four Seasons down the street. Instruct them to send a full hot catering service to the loading dock immediately. Bill it directly to my personal accounts payable. He doesn't look away from me as he issues the directive. No one on your team lifts another piece of steel until they have eaten. The command leaves no room for negotiation. Louisa's eyebrows shoot up toward her hairline. She is the only person on my team who knows exactly who this man is to me. She recognizes the terrifying shift in his posture and the absolute exhaustion freezing my vocal cords. Understood. Louisa grips her tablet tightly. She takes a slow step backward. I'll make the call. She turns and walks rapidly toward the service elevators, leaving us alone in the shadow of the massive trellis. The crew continues to work around us, oblivious to the fact that I am trapped by his stare. I look straight ahead, fixing my gaze on the knot of his silk tie. If I look into his eyes, I will shatter into 1,000 unrecoverable pieces right here on the floor. You look like you're going to collapse, he murmurs quietly. I am fine. The lie is brittle, snapping the second it leaves my mouth. He steps closer to me. His sheer size forces me to stay rooted to the spot. His hand rises. I stop breathing. He reaches out. The rough pad of his thumb presses against the high curve of my cheekbone. A sharp gasp tears through my lips. He doesn't pull away. He slowly, deliberately swipes his thumb across my skin, wiping away a dark, heavy smudge of industrial dirt left by the trellis. The friction of his calloused skin against mine burns. He drops his hand, clenching them. Yesterday afternoon, in the car, Donovan says, his tone dropping into a dangerously quiet register. You couldn't even breathe until my driver reached the daycare. You were clutching your bag so hard your knuckles were white. My stomach plummets. I clutch the clipboard against my chest. Donovan steps in, his shadow swallowing me whole as his green eyes search my face with a terrifying, piercing clarity. How old is your son, Elisa? Where is your husband?
Chapter 6. Donovan. The scrape of a silver serrated blade against fine bone china echoes through the cavernous dining room of the Swanson mansion. It is the only sound in the chillingly quiet space. Above the long mahogany table, a massive crystal chandelier casts sharp, fragmented light across the imported silk wallpaper. The interrogation I leveled at her this morning looped relentlessly in my brain. I gaze at the amber liquid in my crystal tumbler. The aged scotch burns a slow path down my throat, doing nothing to dull the tension pulling tight across my shoulders. She hadn't answered. The exhaustion had been radiating off her in waves, but instead of shrinking, her spine had snapped straight. She had gripped her acrylic clipboard, glaring right through me. "That is none of your business, Donovan," she had retorted, refusing to yield a single inch before turning and walking away. But I hadn't seen a husband standing near the ambulance in the pouring rain yesterday, just her, frantic and alone. "The preliminary audits from the Gala committee are highly troubling, Donovan." Catherine Swanson sets her silver fork down, wiping the corner of her mouth with a starched linen napkin. Her posture is rigid, her pale eyes focused on me. "The logistics department flagged several discrepancies in the Phase 2 invoices submitted by Fleming Botanicals." She slides a thin, leather-bound dossier across the polished mahogany. It stops just shy of my plate. "Excessive billing for imported structural materials. Premium labor charges for late-night installations. The woman is treating the Swanson Trust like an open vein." I set my crystal glass down on the table. The heavy base clinks sharply against the wood. "Every line item is legally sound. I ran those invoices through the proprietary auditing algorithm I developed before I took over the trust. My code flagged 0 anomalies, Mother. The line items are mathematically flawless. Your logistics department is either incompetent or lying." "Legally sound does not equal ethical," Catherine counters, her tone sharpening. "You are blinded by a 5-year-old mistake. She extracted $1 million from this family once. She is a gold digger, Donovan. A woman from her background, given access to this level of capital, will inevitably line her own pockets." "If you believe she cannot be trusted with the capital," I say, leaning forward slightly, "why did you hire her?" Catherine freezes, a micro-expression of panic flashing across her face. She avoids my gaze, focusing intently on her wineglass. "She is the premier designer in the city. The Swanson name requires the best." She takes a slow sip, her pale eyes finally lifting back to mine. "But do not forget who she is. When you were lying in a hospital bed with a fractured skull, the doctors said you might not wake up. She didn't hesitate to leave you behind. She is callous, Donovan. Keep this professional. I raised you to be smarter than to repeat your own catastrophic mistakes." The memory of crushed steel and shattered glass tightens my chest. A phantom ache pulses through the old silver scar on my jaw. "There is no personal connection. It is strictly work," I reply evenly. But the defense rips out of my throat anyway, overriding my restraint. "And Elisa Fleming is the sole proprietor of a firm grossing 8 figures annually. She commands a fleet of commercial vehicles, employs a staff of 50, and holds contracts with the top luxury venues in the tri-state area. She built her own company while I was learning how to swallow solid food again. Question her pricing structure if you want, but do not ever question her competence." Catherine stares at me. "You are defending her after she took the payoff and abandoned you. You are defending the parasite." The sudden blinding urge to tear my mother's empire to the ground hums in my veins. I am defending the integrity of the vendor I am paying to execute my event. I throw my linen napkin onto the table, abandoning the untouched rare Wagyu beef. "Enjoy your steak, Mother." "Stay away from her, Donovan," Catherine warns to my retreating back. "She is a liability." The heavy oak front doors of the mansion shut behind me with a solid thud. The humid, rain-washed air of the Manhattan evening hits my face, a welcome relief from the stifling quiet of my mother's house. I take the keys to the Cullinan myself. The drive across the bridge to Brooklyn is a blur of neon streaks and wet asphalt. I don't have a valid reason to be here. No site inspection, no inventory audit. The argument with my mother left a bitter, restless edge in my blood, and I just need to lay eyes on her. I pull the heavy SUV onto the narrow, industrial Brooklyn street. Fleming Botanicals is a massive complex of glass greenhouses and brick warehouses. A single corrugated door at the loading dock remains partially open, spilling a rectangle of warm light onto the wet concrete. I kill the engine. Inside, the massive staging area is a chaotic jungle of steel racks and buckets of exotic orchids. Near the front bay, Hector Fleming yells into a cell phone pressed to his ear, his broad shoulders straining under the dark fabric of his t-shirt as he kicks a wooden crate of imported soil. I stay in the shadows. I move quietly past the loading bay, slipping down the narrow, dimly lit hallway toward the administrative offices in the back. The door to the primary office is ajar. A single fluorescent desk lamp cuts through the gloom of the room. Elisa is alone. She sits at a massive drafting table buried under printed invoices and supplier catalogs. She isn't wearing the heavy denim and work boots from this morning. She is changed into a soft, oversized gray crewneck sweater. Her dark hair is pulled back into a simple, messy knot at the nape of her neck. Her head rests heavily on her crossed arms over the paperwork. She's asleep. The vulnerability in her quiet, steady breathing makes my chest ache. The lines of her shoulders tense even in sleep. The possessiveness I have spent 5 years trying to bury flares up, immediate and uninvited. She is shivering. The industrial air conditioning vent directly above her desk blasts cold air into the room. I step into the office. I take off my suit jacket. Slowly, silently, I drape the heavy wool over her shivering frame. The fabric settles around her neck. She shifts with a soft, broken sigh, leaning into the lingering warmth. The sudden trust in the unconscious movement nearly brings me to my knees. My gaze drops to the clutter of the desk. Beside her right elbow, partially tucked under a stack of unpaid freight invoices, sits a piece of heavy cardstock. It is out of place. Bright, chaotic streaks of crayon wax coat the edges of the paper, bleeding through the thick material. I reach out, my fingers brushing the cardstock. I slide it silently out from under the heavy stack of ledgers. The paper is folded cleanly down the center. I flip it over. Uneven, large, wobbly block letters are scrawled across the top in dark green crayon. To Mommy. The letters hit my retinas, an undeniable confirmation of the child she protects so fiercely. Before the crude shapes beneath the letters can fully register in my brain, the heavy wool jacket slips from her shoulder. Elisa gasps.
Chapter 7. Elisa. I gasp, jolting awake. The harsh fluorescent glare of the desk lamp burns my eyes. The heavy, exhausted sleep vanishes, chased away by a sudden, unnerving tension in the room. A heavy weight slips from my left shoulder, pooling warm against my arm. A suit jacket. The deep, familiar scent of him, wood and rain, hits me before I even look up. Donovan stands near my drafting table. My pulse spikes. His dark hair is damp from the rain outside, a few stray strands falling across his forehead, stripping away his usual polished boardroom exterior. But my focus doesn't stay on him. It darts to his large hand. His fingers grip a piece of heavy folded cardstock. Bright, chaotic streaks of green crayon bleed through the edges. To Mommy? Panic seizes my chest. I cannot let him see it. I cannot let him invade the one pure, untouched part of my life. He has been pushing, questioning me about my family. If he decides to investigate, if he finds an excuse to pry into my personal life, the Swanson Dynasty and their corporate lawyers will find Derek. Absolute, paralyzing fear overtakes me. The sheer terror of protecting my son propels me out of the chair. I lunge across the drafting table, my fingers clamp down on the cardstock, tearing it from his loose grip. The sudden motion knocks a stack of printed blueprints onto the concrete floor, the pages scattering in a white wave. I shove the drawing into the center drawer of the desk and slam the metal shut with a deafening crash. My hands shake as I grip the corner of the desk. I lock my knees, forcing my spine straight. What are you doing here? The demand is sharp, hiding the tremor in my hands. Donovan doesn't flinch. He doesn't step back. He just stares at me. You can't be in here. I step around the drafting table, placing my body squarely between him and the desk. This is a private administrative office. It is strictly off limits to non-personnel. He steps closer, backing me on the drafting table. The heat radiating from him bleeds through the soft gray crewneck sweater I changed into hours ago. You didn't answer my question this morning, Elisa. The polished restraint he wields in public is gone. I asked you a direct question in that ballroom, and I ignored it. I tilt my chin up, holding my ground. I stare directly at him. Because it is out of line. Are you looking for more line items to dispute, Donovan? Or did you just drive across a bridge in a downpour to invade my privacy? His mouth flattens into a hard line. He crowds me, forcing my hips against the wood. He places a hand flat on either side of my waist, effectively caging me against the desk. Where is your husband, Elisa? The demand is harsh, claiming territory he has no right to touch. How old is the boy? The sheer intensity of his stare threatens to drag me under. The old memory of his hands on my waist tries to surface, but I push it down, focusing on the reality of the hospital room and the nebulizer mask on my son's face. I will not let him back in. It is none of your business, I state firmly. You took $1 million from my family. He leans in, his face hovering near mine. That makes everything you do my business. $1 million? This again? The accusation is so absurd, so detached from reality, that I almost laugh. He actually believes I was paid off. My son is my business, not yours, not Catherine's, not the Swanson Trust's. I push my hands flat against his chest, finding his muscles tight and unyielding. We broke up 5 years ago, Donovan. 5 years. I moved on. I built a life, a company, and a family that have nothing to do with you. He stops breathing. I continue to drive the knife forward. Why are you so obsessed with a child that isn't yours? You are the CEO of a multi-billion-dollar empire, yet you are standing in a humid Brooklyn warehouse at 10 o'clock at night interrogating a vendor. Is your interest because you haven't moved on? Does it bother your massive ego that I didn't spend the last half-decade pining for a man who discarded me? A hot summer fling? The words hit their mark. He goes perfectly still. The anger in his eyes shuts down, walled off behind years of corporate discipline. He pushes off the drafting table, severing the contact between us. Donovan straightens to his full height. He smoothly unrolls his sleeves, buttoning the cuffs. The man who covered me with his jacket is entirely gone. He is the executive who tried to fire me. I am conducting a site audit, he says, his tone clipped and formal. Your Phase 3 invoices include a $20,000 allocation for imported black orchids from a private Indonesian supplier. Before I authorize the release of those funds to your account, I require visual confirmation of the product. The sudden shift in topic is meant to unbalance me. I cross my arms tightly over my chest. I can play this game. Visual confirmation. I turn, grabbing the heavy ring of master keys from the pegboard beside the door. Fine. Follow me. Bring your jacket. I walk past him, the sleeve of my gray sweater brushing his shirt. I do not look back as I lead him out of the administrative wing and into the main staging area. The warehouse is silent. The logistics crew clocked out hours ago, and Hector is nowhere to be seen. Our footsteps echo against the damp concrete. I navigate the narrow aisles of steel racks and towering ferns, heading straight for the commercial floral coolers. I grab the thick industrial latch, hauling the heavy stainless steel door open. A thick cloud of white vapor spills out. I step over the raised metal threshold. Donovan follows me inside. The temperature immediately drops to 38 degrees. The biting cold cuts through my sweater, banishing the humid warmth of the warehouse. The air inside the vault is overwhelmingly fragrant. A concentrated perfume of damp earth, freshly cut stems, and the sharp bite of the rare black orchids lining the shelves. The cooler is massive, but the sheer volume of product leaves only a narrow pathway down the center. I stop halfway down the aisle, gesturing to a specific rack of specialized glass enclosures. The Paphiopedilum rothschildianum. My breath plumes into a white cloud in the freezing air. 50 mature plants. They require highly specific cold stratification before they are introduced to the ambient temperature of the ballroom. Donovan steps up behind me. The narrow pathway forces him close. The freezing air bites relentlessly through my clothes, but my back is engulfed in the radiating heat of his body. He doesn't look at the orchids. He stares down at the crown of my head. A $20,000 line item, he murmurs, the formal tone slipping as he looks down at me. Outside the cooler, the muffled sound of heavy boots hits the concrete floor. A late shift worker running a final check. Hey, who left the primary open? A voice shouts from the staging area. Before I can push past Donovan to call out, the heavy door swings. A loud metallic clack echoes through the insulated walls. The exterior deadbolt slides into place. The overhead fluorescent tubes sputter, flicker twice, and die. Total darkness swallows the freezing vault. This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to TylaWalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 8. Donovan. The heavy sound of the exterior deadbolt sliding into place seals the room. Total blackness follows. The overhead condenser units roar to life, a mechanical hum vibrating through the steel grating underfoot. The temperature immediately plunges. The 38-degree air bites into my skin with an immediate, punishing force, and my fist hits the reinforced stainless steel door. The thick metal barely shudders. Open the door! The demand is loud, ringing uselessly against the heavy industrial insulation. I strike the metal again. Harder. The skin across my knuckles splits, but the warehouse beyond remains quiet. The late shift worker is already gone, his boots fading into the distance. It is past 10 o'clock at night. The loading dock is abandoned. I reach into my trousers, pulling out my phone. The harsh blue light from the screen cuts through the pitch-black space, illuminating the dense white vapor of our breath. No service, I say, staring at the empty signal bars. The steel vault blocks the cellular network. Elisa steps into the faint glow of the phone screen, her arms already wrapped tightly around her waist. There has to be a manual override. The fire code mandates an internal release for walk-in coolers. It's an exterior deadbolt, Elisa. Someone physically threw the latch on the outside. I drop the phone back into my pocket, plunging us into total darkness once more. We are locked in. A sharp gasp echoes in the sudden blackness. Her teeth chatter, the sound frantic and uncontrollable in the quiet hum of the room. Elisa! I'm fine, she insists, her voice already shifting further down the narrow aisle as she moves away from me. Just give me a minute. I know this inventory room. There is an emergency thermal blanket near the back shelving unit. I hear her shoes shuffle blindly against the frosted concrete, followed immediately by the sound of a plastic bucket scraping harshly across the floor as she stumbles in the dark. Stop moving before you break your neck, I order. The pitch-black space is disorienting, but the uneven rhythm of her breathing maps her exact coordinates. I step forward, tracking the sound of her voice. The soft gray crewneck sweater she wears offers zero resistance to a commercial vault engineered to keep Indonesian flora in cold suspension. I pull the heavy charcoal gray suit jacket off my shoulders. I step into her space, the narrow gap between the water-filled buckets forcing a brutal, unavoidable proximity. I crowd her, finding her shoulders in the dark. Put your arms through. I don't need your jacket, Donovan. I'm looking for the... Put your arms through the sleeves, Elisa, now. I drape the heavy wool over her shaking shoulders, ignoring her protest. My large hands grip the lapels, pulling the jacket tight across her chest. She is a rigid, vibrating column of ice. The sheer magnitude of her shivering overrides my hesitation. The anger that has kept my spine stiff since she walked out on me this morning fractures under the immediate, pressing need to get her warm. I step flush against her back. What are you doing? Her voice jumps, startled by the contact. You are freezing, I say, the sheer cold draining the anger right out of my voice. Stop fighting me for 1 minute. I pull her directly into my chest. My forearms cross over her stomach, locking her against my torso. The collision of our bodies brings a sudden, staggering rush of heat. My chest presses against her back, blocking out the freezing air of the cooler. The freezing air of the vault vanishes the second she is in my arms, replaced by the searing, desperate heat of our bodies pressed together. She gasps, her hands flying up to grip my forearms. The rough calluses on her fingers dig into my rolled-up sleeves. She stiffens, her entire body fighting the surrender, fighting the gravity pulling us together. I'm fine, she whispers, though her teeth are still chattering against the collar of my jacket. You're a terrible liar. I tighten my grip, flattening my forearms against her waist, anchoring her against me. My body easily absorbs the violent tremors racking her frame. Slowly, the tension drains out of her. Her knees unlock. She sags back, her weight settling against me. The silence in the vault thickens. The only sound is the drone of the refrigeration units and the unsteady rhythm of our breathing. I lower my head. The movement is involuntary. My chin rests heavily on the crown of her head. The thick coils of her hair brush directly against my jawline. The scent of her hair, jasmine and damp earth, brings back a flood of memories I've spent 5 years trying to bury. It cuts through the anger. It strips away the sterile walls of my mother's mansion and every defense mechanism I meticulously constructed after dragging my shattered body out of that hospital bed. My face buries deeper into her hair. The overwhelming urge to turn her around and crush my mouth against hers threatens to snap my restraint. 5 years. She has a child, a family, $1 million transaction. My jaw tightens as I pull her closer in the dark. "Why did you take the money, Elisa?" The words tear out of my throat, breaking the weighted silence of the vault. I feel her breath hitch against my arms. "Why?" I ask, my voice rough. "Was I just a paycheck to you? An investment portfolio?" The warmth radiating between us vanishes in a single heartbeat. Elisa goes rigid. She rips herself out of my grip. She spins around in the cramped aisle. The darkness hides her face, but the sudden, sharp anger rolling off her body is palpable. A sound cuts through the hum of the condenser units. She laughs. It is a bitter, broken sound. "You keep talking about money, and I have enough of it. A paycheck." Her tone is laced with a rage that stops me from moving. "You're delusional." She steps forward, jabbing a hard, unyielding finger directly on my chest. "Your mother called me, met me in her office, and humiliated me. She looked me dead in the eye and told me you were done playing with me, that I was an embarrassing summer mistake, and you don't even want to see me. I needed to leave on my own before you order security to remove me." The finger presses harder into my sternum. The accusation takes me blindsided, the certainty in her voice fracturing the reality I've lived with for 5 years. I open my mouth to argue. She cuts me off. "I never saw a dime. I never even saw you, you bastard."
Chapter 9. Elisa. The heavy metallic clank of the deadbolt sliding backward echoes like a gunshot in the pitch-black vault. A blinding vertical slice of fluorescent light cuts through the darkness. The heavy stainless steel door swings wide open. The suffocating isolation shatters, bringing the noise of the warehouse and a rush of humid Brooklyn air. Louisa stands on the threshold, her hand still resting on the exterior latch. "Elisa, I noticed your phone on the desk." She starts, her voice trailing off as the bright warehouse halogens illuminate the narrow aisle. Donovan's forearms are still locked tightly around my waist. The heavy charcoal gray wool of his suit jacket swallows my small frame. My hands grip the fine cotton of his rolled-up sleeves. My knuckles stark white. My words, "I never saw a dime. I never even saw you, you bastard," still vibrate in the freezing air between us. Donovan is frozen. He stares down at me, the irises of his green eyes blown wide, tracking the truth in my expression. He looks as if his reality is fracturing, the collision of the $1 million ledger and the woman shivering in his arms, breaking whatever truth he believed. I break the paralysis first. I shove my hands hard against his chest, tearing myself out of his grip. I pull the jacket off my shoulders and shove the expensive fabric back at him. He takes the jacket reflexively, his large hands gripping the wool. But he doesn't take a single step back. He simply stares at me, the jagged silver scar on his jawline, prominent against the sudden ash-gray pallor of his skin. "The overnight loading crew needs my authorization at the front bay," I say, my tone devoid of inflection. I brush past him, my shoulder bumping his solid frame as I squeeze through the narrow opening between him and the steel racks. Louisa steps aside, her eyebrows practically merging with her hairline. She tracks the tension radiating off Donovan, then looks at my shaking hands. She asks 0 questions. I walk out of the cooler and do not look back. The rhythmic, mechanical hiss of the cool mist humidifier fills the dim nursery. Afternoon sunlight filters through the heavy blackout curtains of my Brooklyn brownstone, casting long, muted shadows across the hardwood floor. The air smells of eucalyptus and baby detergent. Derek sleeps in his toddler bed, his small chest rising and falling in a steady, unbroken rhythm. He is finally breathing easily. His dark, thick curls are plastered to his forehead. I stand over the railing, looking down at my son. My blood. I recall our conversation last night in that dark freezer. I softly rub my son's face, and I look around. I bought this brownstone with a commercial loan backed by 3 years of grueling 80-hour weeks. Every brick, every floorboard, every breath my son takes in this house is paid for by Fleming Botanicals and Events, the company I built from dirt and sheer, unapologetic grit. No Swanson money, no $1 million payout. I don't care what the hell he meant by that accusation in the vault. They are out of my life, and that money doesn't exist. But there is an acute pain in my chest that lingers because of his words, and I bury it all away. I step backward out of the nursery, leaving the door cracked 2 inches. I walk downstairs, heading for the kitchen. Heavy footsteps pound against the hardwood floors of the hallway, shattering the quiet of the house. Hector pushes through the swinging door of the kitchen, stopping dead in his tracks. He still wears his dirt-stained work boots and a faded Fleming Botanicals t-shirt. He crosses his massive arms over his chest, his dark eyes narrowing as he studies my face. Louisa said you practically ran out of the warehouse yesterday after Swanson cornered you in the cooler. She said you looked like you saw a ghost. I lean back against the marble counter, closing my eyes. He accused me of taking $1 million payout from his family to leave him. And Hector spits the word out like a curse. Does that change the fact that his mother is a sociopath? Does that change the fact that his family's empire operates by crushing people like us into the pavement? He accused me of taking $1 million from his family. The words scrape out of my dry throat. He thinks I took a payoff to leave him 5 years ago. Hector's jaw flexes, his entire posture instantly radiating combative hostility. He sent his mother to throw you away like trash. Now he's accusing you of extortion? He actually believes it, Hector. He asked if he was just a paycheck to me. It didn't sound like a threat. He sounded... I swallow hard, the memory of his raspy voice in the dark making my chest ache. Why would Catherine tell him I took money? Why would she make him believe that? I told myself there is no point learning the truth, but there's a part of me craving for the truth. The clarification. What truly happened? But I am scared of learning the truth. I don't give a damn what Catherine told him. Hector interrupts my thoughts. He moves in front of me. His large hands grip my shoulders. The grip is punishing, anchoring me back to the present. You start digging into whatever sick game his family is playing, Elisa, and they will destroy you. You start asking questions. You invite him back in to clear your name. And what happens next? He realizes he has a 4-year-old son. The mention of Derek is a bucket of ice water straight to my nervous system. Hector is the only person who knows how I survived those first 2 years. Even Louisa didn't know the extent. He let me make my own choices. He didn't even argue when I accepted the Swanson contract, because he knows I am fighting for Derek's future. The Swansons do not share, Elle, Hector warns, his dark eyes devoid of mercy. They conquer, they acquire. You give Donovan Swanson a single thread to pull, he will unravel your entire life. He will use his armada of corporate lawyers to take Derek. Catherine will mold that boy into the exact same icy machine they turned Donovan into. I swallow hard, my throat tight. You keep your mouth shut, Hector demands softly. You finish the gala, you take the money for your business, and you walk away. He releases my shoulders, stepping back. Do not let him back in, he says, delivering the final verdict before turning and walking out of the kitchen. 11 p.m. The brownstone is silent. Derek sleeps soundly upstairs. I pace the length of the downstairs living room. Bare feet against cold hardwood. The amber light of the street lamps bleeds through the front windows, casting long, distorted shadows across the walls. The manic energy burning in my limbs demands motion. The heat of Donovan's body still scorches the skin along my spine. The memory of his chin resting on my head in that freezing vault, the raw devastation in his voice when he asked if he was just a paycheck. Then, Hector's words echo in my mind after. The contradiction makes my head pound. He discarded me. He sent Catherine like an attack dog to humiliate me. Yet he stood in that cooler looking at me like I was the one who destroyed him. But Hector is right. Whatever twisted, high-stakes reality the Swanson dynasty operates in, I cannot be a part of it. Donovan is ruthless. If I start asking questions, if I try to clear my name and let him back into my life for even a second, I risk exposing Derek. I will endure the false accusations. I will remain the cold, distant vendor until the gala is perfectly executed. A massive, heavy thud shakes the brownstone. I freeze. My pacing stops instantly. A violent knock rattles the reinforced wood of my front door. The vibrations shudder through the floorboards beneath my bare feet. 11:04 p.m. Nobody knocks on a Brooklyn door this late unless the building is on fire or someone is dead. I step silently into the foyer, pressing my spine against the wall beside the heavy door. I lean toward the peephole, the cool brass brushing against my eyebrow. Broad shoulders block the view. Donovan.
Chapter 10. Donovan. 10:30 p.m. The stark blue glare of the triple monitors casts long shadows across the obsidian desk. The penthouse is silent. I stare at the cascading lines of encrypted data scrolling across the center screen. I had to do this myself. No corporate investigators, no private security, just me. I need to confirm my suspicions. It has been close to 24 hours since I locked myself in this office, digging for the digital footprints my mother buried 5 years ago, and it has led me here. The green text reflects in the dark glass of the windows, mirroring the torrential downpour lashing against the exterior of the tower. Her words and the broken laugh she let out in the freezing darkness of the floral cooler replay in my head. My fingers move across the mechanical keyboard. The heavy rhythmic clatter is the only sound in the office. I wrote the foundational code for the trust's internal ledger 5 years ago, before the accident. Accessing the buried master ledgers through the executive back doors I coded takes 12 minutes. I dive into the deep financial archives. I hunt for the specific date, mid-August, 5 years ago. The week the mangled wreckage of my Aston Martin was towed from a ravine. The week trauma surgeons drilled into my skull to relieve the swelling. The week I woke up choking on a plastic intubation tube, searching the intensive care unit for the only woman who mattered, only to find my mother standing beside the bed with a printed bank statement. The search algorithm flags a single massive transfer, $1 million, liquid capital, authorized by the primary trustee account. My jaw clenches, the muscle ticking right beneath the silver scar. I highlight the receiving routing number. I initiate a deep trace protocol, stripping away the encrypted layers of the receiving bank. The progress bar inches forward. The screen flashes white. The decrypted destination file opens. The routing number does not belong to a small commercial bank in Brooklyn. It does not belong to Elisa Fleming. The destination is an offshore account registered in the Cayman Islands, a shell corporation. I type the alphanumeric sequence into the global registry database. The name materializes on the screen in sharp black text. C. Swanson Holdings, LLC, a subsidiary of my mother's personal holding trust. The ambient noise in the room fades into a thin, sickening ringing. Every muscle along my spine locks tight, paralyzing me in the leather chair. My mother wired the money to herself. She forged the ledger. She manufactured the paper trail. She stood over my battered, bleeding body and orchestrated $1 million lie. She watched me turn into the icy, ruthless machine she always demanded I be. The exact same suffocating pressure that drove my older brother to swallow a bottle of pills. I spent 5 years hating the victim. I spent 5 years punishing a woman who was just as destroyed as I was. I threatened her firm. My large hands grip the corner of the obsidian desk. I heave upward. The heavy crystal tumbler holding my untouched bourbon shatters against the marble floor. amber liquid and jagged glass exploding across the Persian rug. The keyboard crashes to the ground, the keys scattering. I need to see her. I stride across the office, leaving my suit jacket draped over the chair. I wear only a crisp white dress shirt and dark trousers. I punch the button for the private elevator. The descent is 90 floors of suspended torture. The matte black Cullinan is waiting in the subterranean garage. I throw open the heavy driver's side door, vaulting into the leather seat. The twin-turbo engine roars. I tear out of the parking structure. The late-night Manhattan streets are eerily empty, the daytime gridlock having long cleared by the escalating deluge. Rain lashes against the reinforced windshield in punishing sheets. With the roads abandoned to the storm, the tires hydroplane across the flooded asphalt as I take the sharp curve onto the Brooklyn Bridge, pushing the massive SUV to double the legal speed limit. The tires screech as I slam on the brakes, pulling the Cullinan onto the narrow tree-lined street of her Brooklyn neighborhood. 11:04 p.m. The brownstone stands tall and narrow against the night sky. The amber light from a street lamp casts long shadows across the wet brick. I cut the engine. I throw the door open and step directly into the torrential downpour. The freezing rain hits me instantly, plastering the fine cotton of my dress shirt to the heavy muscles of my chest and back. The icy water runs down the collar of my neck, soaking my hair. I cross the street. The soles of my bespoke shoes hit the puddles, sending dirty street water splashing against my trousers. I mount the concrete stairs of her stoop. The heavy, reinforced wood of her front door stands between us. I raise my fist. The skin across my knuckles is already split and raw from striking the steel of the floral cooler. I hammer my fist against the heavy wood, a massive impact that rattles the doorframe. The silence stretching after the knock is torture. The rain continues its violent assault, soaking through my clothing. Harsh clouds of white vapor plume into the cold night air with every breath I take. The heavy deadbolt clicks. The sound drops like a lead weight into my stomach. The door opens, pulling inward with a slow, cautious creak. The warm, ambient light of the foyer spills out onto the wet concrete of the stoop. Elisa stands in the threshold. She wears a long, emerald-green silk robe tied tightly at her waist. The rich fabric slides over the elegant, sharp lines of her collarbones, a stark contrast against her deep espresso skin. Her thick hair is loose, a dark cloud framing her face. She frowns. "What are you doing here?" She tracks the soaked, clinging fabric of my shirt, the water dripping from my jawline, the raw, bleeding knuckles of my right hand. She takes a half step back, her right thumb instinctively jerking toward the side of her index finger. I step over the threshold. I push the heavy wooden door shut behind my back with a solid, echoing thud. The storm is severed from us, leaving only the charged tension of the narrow hallway. "What do you think you're doing, Donovan? You can't just come in!" She gestures to the door. I reach out. My large, dripping hands bracket her face, my palms pressing flat against the wall on either side of her head. I back her against the plaster. The heat radiating off her skin burns against the freezing dampness of my clothes. I lean down until my breath mingles with hers. "You didn't take the money." My voice scrapes out of my throat, raw and stripped of pride. "I was in a coma, Elisa. I never left you."
Chapter 11. Elisa. Coma. The word suspends in the narrow space between us. His palms remain pressed flat against the plaster on either side of my head, his large frame caging me against the wall. It does not just hang in the air. It violently rearranges every second of the last 5 years. The word is so simple, but it might as well be a foreign language. August 17th, Donovan states. His voice shakes the heavy air between us. The Aston Martin wrapped around a steel guardrail and rolled into a ravine. Crushed ribs, a collapsed lung, a severe traumatic brain injury. My breath catches. They drilled into my skull to relieve the intracranial pressure. The arms caging me against the wall tremble violently. I was on a ventilator for 14 days, Elisa. When I finally woke up, when I could finally process language again, the first word out of my mouth was, "Your name." The floorboards beneath my bare feet seemed to drop. A sick, acidic wave of vertigo washes over my brain. She stood at the foot of my bed. Donovan's green eyes darkened with a terrifying, unadulterated hatred. My mother handed me a printed ledger, a wire transfer for $1 million, She told me you accepted the payout from the trust to disappear before the press got wind of the accident. He shifts his weight closer, the freezing dampness of his shirt brushing against the silk of my robe. I hacked the primary trustee archives tonight. The Cayman Islands routing number didn't belong to you. It was a shell corporation, a subsidiary of Catherine's holding trust. She wired the money to herself and forged the paperwork to make me believe the only vibrant, beautiful thing in my life sold me to the highest bidder. $1 million. A forged ledger. The terrifying scale of Catherine Swanson's lie eclipses anything I could have ever imagined. She didn't just break us. She orchestrated a flawless assassination, perfectly engineering the lie to destroy us both. You think she just handed me a check? The words break on my lips. Donovan freezes. His palms slowly drop from the plaster, his arms falling to his sides. I slowly shake my head, my hands trembling as I take a half step back. The shock is a physical ache spreading through my chest. August 21st, 4 days after you stopped answering my calls. 4 days of me standing outside your luxury high-rise, begging your doorman for information, terrified that something happened to you. Tears well hot and thick in my eyes, blurring his ruined, soaked frame. She summoned me to the executive penthouse of Swanson Enterprises. A wave of nausea curls in my stomach. She sat behind her massive mahogany desk, wearing her perfect pearls, and she looked at me like I was dirt tracked in on the bottom of a shoe. Donovan's jaw flexes. A low, dangerous hum vibrates in the back of his throat. She didn't offer me a dime, Donovan. My voice cracks. The memory of that afternoon tears at my throat. The press had reported nothing. Your family covered the crash up completely. She told me you were perfectly fine. She said you didn't want to face me yourself because I was just a plaything. A hot summer fling. She told me you had requested she handle your embarrassing personal affairs. The only sound in the foyer is the harsh, uneven rhythm of our breathing. She called me an easy lay. The words scrape against my dry throat. A charity case. A summer distraction you were done playing with. She told me I needed to leave because you had already called security on me. But I demanded to hear it from you. When I refused to leave the office, she snapped her fingers. I grip his wet shirt, the fabric twisting tightly in my fists, needing something to hold on to as the ground gives way beneath me. 2 private security contractors grabbed me. The memory is a vile, rotting taste in my mouth. They dragged me through the lobby, a black woman hauled out of a white billionaire's corporate headquarters like a common thief. They left bruises on my arms for a month. They threw me out onto the pavement. Donovan's breathing stops. The color drains from his face, leaving the jagged silver scar stark against his skin. His hands clench into fists at his sides, the knuckles turning bone white. 5 years. 1,825 days. The birthdays. The milestones. The agonizing, suffocating nights pacing the floor of this brownstone with a screaming newborn, drowning in certainty that the man I loved found me disposable. The cold, ruthless machine he became, built on the grief of my fabricated betrayal. We didn't lose each other. We were robbed. We were systematically, brutally butchered by the woman who gave him life. The foundation holding my lungs together disintegrates. The sheer weight of the lost time crashes down, burying me under tons of invisible rubble. I release his shirt. My hands fly up to cover my face. A sob tears its way up my throat. It is a harsh, visceral, chest-heaving sound that scrapes the lining of my windpipe. The violent tremor racks my entire body, buckling my knees. I don't hit the hardwood floor. Massive, soaking wet arms wrap around my frame. Donovan catches me, hauling me violently against his chest. The sheer, immovable mass of his body absorbs the collapse. He buries his face directly into the curve of my neck, his cold, wet hair brushing against my jawline. I'll ruin her. The promise vibrates directly into my skin, a dark vow. I will strip her of every asset, Every property. I'll tear her empire apart. He grips my head, his large hand burying into the thick, loose coils of my hair. He tilts my head, pressing his mouth against the pulse point, jumping erratically at my throat. I'm sorry. God, Elisa, I am so sorry. The apologies are frantic, desperate prayers spoken into my skin. I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 12. Donovan. The heavy silence of the brownstone shatters with a single word. Mommy? The demand in my blood halts. I pull my mouth away from the pulse point jumping at the base of Elisa's throat. I turn my head slowly, fighting the stiffness in my neck. A small figure stands at the oak staircase. He wears an oversized, faded yellow pajama shirt. One small fist rubs sleep from his face. The ambient golden light from the foyer reaches the landing, illuminating the dark, thick curls sleep-tossed against his forehead. He drops his hand. My chest simply stops moving. The light catches his irises, the exact shade of bruised forest green. The soft, rounded curve of his jawline, a miniature, undeniable replica of the face staring back at me in the mirror every morning. 4 years old, my son, that boy in the ambulance, was my blood. I turn back to Elisa. Our eyes meet, and I see the truth in hers. A dark, terrifying possessiveness floods my chest. I pin her against the wooden banister. You let me believe you had a family, I whisper, the sound a raw scrape of gravel meant only for her ears. With someone else. She doesn't shrink. I protected him. I protected myself from the people that dragged me out by my arms and threw me into the street. I press my chest into hers, the freezing wet cotton of my dress shirt soaking into the emerald silk of her robe. Was there anyone else? No. The admission punches at me straight, fierce and absolute. Never. Just you. Only you. The loyalty in her dark eyes burns right through me. Small, hesitant footsteps pad down the wooden stairs. Derek stops on the third step, his small hands gripping the railing. He tilts his head, the green eyes, my eyes, studying the soaked stranger trapping his mother. Mommy? The small voice wavers slightly. Who is he? I go rigid. The muscles in my back lock. I stare at Elisa, the demand vibrating off my skin. Tell him. Give him to me. Her dark eyes plead, a frantic negotiation. Not now, Donovan. Please. I swallow the instinct burning my throat. I step back, creating a single foot of space, and lower myself into a slow, deliberate crouch until I am eye level with the boy. I'm a friend of your mother's, I say, forcing the formal cadence to soften. A very close friend. Derek looks at Elisa for confirmation. Yes, baby. Elisa's voice trembles. She steps around me, climbing the stairs. He's an old friend. What are you doing out of bed? Thirsty. Elisa scoops him up. The sight of her lifting the boy carrying my blood, strikes a heavy blow directly to my chest. He wraps his small arms around her neck, burying his face in her shoulder. I'll get you some water. Let's go back to sleep. She carries him up the stairs, disappearing into the dark shadows of the second floor. I stand alone. The rainwater drips from my hair, pooling onto the rug. 5 years, the late-night feedings, the first uneven steps across this hardwood, the terrifying rush to the pediatric emergency room the other day, every milestone, every breath of my son's life, stolen. Catherine Swanson, the woman who gave birth to me, manufactured this void. She carved this hollow, rotting cavern into my chest. The vow to dismantle her empire, to leave my own mother destitute, solidifies into certainty. A floorboard creaks at the stairs. Elisa descends, her bare feet silent. The emerald silk clings to the lines of her collarbones. The devastated, beautiful woman who survived a war she never asked to fight walks back down to me. She stops on the bottom step, putting us at eye level. Are you all right? She whispers, her gaze tracking the tension corded in my neck. Is it that obvious? The moisture burns my eyes, an excruciating pressure I will not let fall. She steps off the final stair. The devastated, beautiful woman who survived a war she never asked to fight stands in front of me. She steps into my space, wrapping her arms securely around my neck and pulling my face down to her shoulder. I place my face in the crook of her neck. The soft, feminine scent of her overrides the cold. I shudder against her, a violent tremor bleeding into her skin. I press open-mouthed kisses against the frantic pulse jumping beneath her jawline, the grief suddenly mutating into a desperate, clawing need to feel her alive against me. A soft sigh escapes her lips as I brush my mouth against hers, snapping the remaining tension in the hallway. My large hands bracket her jaw. I part her lips, my tongue sweeping inside, tasting the dark, frantic heat of her mouth. I back her up, driving her across the narrow hallway toward the staircase. "Upstairs!" I rasp against her mouth, my hands gripping her waist. We stumble up the dark wooden steps, consumed by the aching need to bridge the 5-year void Catherine carved between us. She leads me into her bedroom, the heavy door clicking shut, plunging us into shadows. I grip the knot of the emerald sash at her waist. I yank it, the silk pooling open to reveal the breathtaking expanse of her deep espresso skin, clad only in a matching chemise. I drop to my knees in front of her. I press my face against the smooth, flat plane of her stomach as she leans back against the mattress. The faint silver lines of stretch marks map the skin just beneath her navel. "I wanted to see this," I murmur, the vibration of my voice humming against her flesh. I drag my nose along the silver lines. "I wanted to watch your body change. I wanted to be there." "I looked like a whale," she whispers, her fingers tangling in my wet hair. "You are beautiful." I trace the marks with the flat of my tongue, tasting the salt of her skin. "Always. Mine." "Stop!" She shivers, her thighs trembling against my shoulders. "You don't know how much I've wanted this. If this is real, Donovan, just make love to me."
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at tylawalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla. Chapter 13. Elisa. The scent of burnt toast mixes with the faint, warm trace of my coconut milk body wash, clinging to Donovan's skin. Pale morning light bleeds through the narrow kitchen window, reflecting off the damp pavement outside and casting a gray wash over the aftermath of last night's storm. Donovan sits on the wooden stool at my kitchen counter. He wears the same white dress shirt from the hallway, dry now but deeply wrinkled, the top 3 buttons undone. His broad frame consumes the modest space, dwarfing the standard-sized furniture. Derek hides behind my left leg. My son clutches the fabric of my oversized gray sweatpants in his small fist, peering around my thigh with wide, cautious eyes. He stares at the massive stranger sitting at the breakfast counter. Donovan's green eyes, bruised, desperate, and identical to the boy's, track every microscopic movement Derek makes. He wants to snatch the boy up. The need to hold his son radiates from his rigid posture. Restrained only by the white-knuckle grip Donovan maintains on the quartz countertop. "Do you like dinosaurs?" Donovan asks, consciously softening his cadence. Derek shrinks back slightly, burying his face into the curve of my hip. Donovan flinches, a barely perceptible tightening of his shoulders. He drops his gaze to the countertop, swallowing hard. "Go to the living room, baby," I say quietly, brushing my hand over Derek's thick curls. "Your cartoons are on." Derek releases my sweatpants and darts down the hallway, his small bare feet slapping against the hardwood. The television clicks on, the bright, obnoxious theme song of a cartoon filling the silence of the house. "When?" Donovan stands immediately, the stool scraping against the tile. He moves closer, backing me against the stainless steel refrigerator. When do I tell him? When do I look my son in the eye and tell him who I am? I cross my arms tightly over my chest, pressing my palms flat against my own ribs to steady the frantic beating of my heart. You are a 6'4" stranger who materialized in his hallway in the middle of a thunderstorm. I plant my bare feet firmly on the tile, refusing to yield the space. You cannot just announce you are his father. You will terrify him. He needs time to adjust to your presence. Time. Donovan brackets my waist, his large hands pulling my hips against his thighs. The proximity instantly reignites the raw, aching soreness between my legs from last night. I lost 5 years. I missed his first steps. I missed his first words. I'm not waiting on the sidelines. You are not on the sidelines. I press my hands flat against his chest, directly over his erratic, thumping heartbeat. But you will not overwhelm him. We integrate you slowly, consistently. He lowers his head, resting his brow heavily against my shoulder. I am moving you out of this neighborhood, he states flatly. A secure penthouse, 24-hour detail. I am setting up his trust today. I want to give him everything. No, I reply instantly. Donovan pulls back, confusion tightening his features. You do not purchase my son. I square my shoulders. You do not suffocate us in Swanson wealth. I built this life. I own this house. You integrate into our world, Donovan. Give us time. Prove you can just be a man, not a billionaire. He stares at me, the urgency in his posture fighting against my refusal. Then, his shoulders slump slightly. The impenetrable executive facade crumbles, leaving behind a man desperate to make up for stolen time. I will support you. He presses a firm kiss to my forehead. I will be a part of his life, every piece of it. Just tell me what to do. Go to work, I whisper, my throat tight. Give us today. He leaves 10 minutes later, the heavy oak door clicking shut behind him. The mechanical whine of the industrial ventilation fans in the Brooklyn greenhouse fails to drown out the chaotic static in my brain. Friday afternoon bleeds into evening. My carbon steel bypass shears snap shut, decapitating a perfectly healthy white rose. The stem hits the metal potting table with a sharp thwack. Louisa steps into the narrow aisle, crossing her arms over her bright yellow sundress. She tracks the growing pile of massacred foliage on the aluminum surface. You are murdering the inventory. I slept with him. The words tear out of my mouth, unfiltered. I slam the shears down onto the table. Louisa does not gasp. She doesn't widen her eyes. She leans against the metal staging rack, a slow, knowing smirk touching the corner of her mouth. Of course you did. The man looked wrecked when I let you both out of that floral cooler. I assume the conversation regarding the 5-year communication gap was productive. Catherine orchestrated the entire thing. Bile rises in my throat just by speaking her name. She faked $1 million wire transfer. She told him I took a payout. Louisa's smirk vanishes, her expression hardening into disgust. That aristocratic sociopath. He hacked the trust's ledgers. I grip the metal table, the sharp aluminum digging into my palms. He knows everything. He met Derek. He wants to move us into his penthouse and buy a fleet of security details for him. And you are terrified. I built my own stability, Lou. I look down at the ruined rose. I survived by controlling my environment. Donovan is a force of nature. If I let his world back in, if I let his mother anywhere near my child. You set the boundaries, Louisa states, resting a comforting hand on my shoulder. You hold all the cards in this dynamic, Elisa. He falls to his knees for you. Make him play by your rules. Saturday morning. The heavy metallic chime of the doorbell echoes through the brownstone. I pull the heavy wooden door open. Donovan stands on the stoop. He isn't wearing a suit. No silk tie. No charcoal wool. He wears dark, fitted denim jeans and a long-sleeved Henley. He holds a massive, absurdly large rectangular cardboard box under his left arm. A 3,000-piece architectural model of the Empire State Building, I state. Staring blankly at the box. He is for Donovan. He still occasionally eats crayons. It stimulates spatial reasoning. He steps over the threshold, easily ducking beneath the doorframe. It's a collaborative project. Before he steps inside, I plant my hand flat against the center of his chest. Ground rules, I state firmly. No expensive unearned gifts after this. No paparazzi. And your mother does not come within a 50-mile radius of my child. The mention of Catherine drains the warmth from his expression. My mother is done, he says evenly. My legal team is already quietly dismantling her access to the primary trust. It might take a while to fully untangle the assets, but she will never be allowed near you or him again. I will make sure of it. He shifts the heavy cardboard box to his other arm, exhaling a slow, unsteady breath. He isn't preparing for a boardroom negotiation. He is facing the terrifying, uncharted territory of my living room floor. 2 hours later, Donovan is sitting cross-legged on my rug. Derek sits close to his side, captivated. The initial shyness faded the second Donovan dumped the thousands of tiny plastic bricks onto the floor. I lean against the doorframe of the kitchen, clutching a mug of black coffee. Donovan organizes the plastic pieces by size and color gradient, handing small bricks to Derek with undivided attention. We need a wider base here, Donovan says softly. He guides Derek's small hand, clicking a gray piece into place. Precision is everything. Derek looks up, the striking green eyes meeting the exact pair looking back at him. Like a real building. Like a real building. Donovan smiles. It is a small, tender expression that transforms his usually guarded face. My throat tightens. A sharp ache swells in my chest. The affection I buried under 5 years of survival sparks into a warm, terrifying fire. I grip the ceramic handle of my mug, helpless to stop the freefall. I am falling for him all over again. The loud clack of the front deadbolt unlocking disrupts the quiet. Heavy work boots thud into the foyer. Hector stops dead in the archway of the living room. He wears a faded mechanic's jacket, a heavy cardboard box of floral supplies balanced on his hip. His dark eyes scan the chaotic spread of Legos, landing directly on Donovan. What the hell is this? Hector asks, his posture instantly stiffening. Donovan goes still. He does not stand, but his shoulders tense, instantly on guard. I set my coffee mug on the nearest end table, with a sharp clink. I grab Hector by the sleeve of his jacket, hauling his massive frame backward into the kitchen, out of Derek's earshot. I know what you're going to say. He is his father. I whisper fiercely, pushing Hector against the stainless steel refrigerator. He knows the truth. Catherine lied to him. I don't care if she forged the damn Magna Carta. Hector leans down, speaking in a harsh whisper. He is a Swanson. They take what they want. He is playing house today, Elisa. Tomorrow he brings the corporate lawyers. A heavy footstep sounds against the kitchen tile. Donovan steps into the kitchen doorway. His expression settles into harsh, unyielding lines. I am not my mother, Hector, Donovan says, his tone leaving no room for debate. I am not playing a game. I am not going anywhere. Hector squares his shoulders, ready to argue. But the shrill ring of a cell phone interrupts. My phone vibrates aggressively against the quartz countertop. The bright digital screen lights up. The caller ID flashes a private Manhattan number. I pick up the device, swiping the green icon, bringing the phone to my ear. Ms. Fleming. The aristocratic, icy cadence drips directly into my ear, venomous and perfectly polished. A snake uncoiling on the other end of the line. Catherine Swanson. Your latest revisions for the Gala are unacceptable, the Matriarch states, the lie wrapped perfectly in silk. I am conducting a mandatory site audit of your Brooklyn facility, first thing Monday morning. Ensure your team is prepared for a complete audit.
Chapter 14. Donovan. The click of heels against the floor cuts through the morning hum of the Swanson lobby. Catherine Swanson strides toward the exit, flanked by 2 private security contractors. She wears a tailored Chanel suit, her chin elevated as if the people commuting around her do not exist. I step directly into her path, forcing her to halt. Her guards stop immediately, stepping back and averting their eyes. They answer to the name on the building, and my name signs their paychecks. Donovan. Catherine's pale eyes narrow, a brief flicker of irritation tightening the corners of her mouth. I'm departing for Brooklyn. I have a schedule to maintain. Cancel the car, I state, leaving no room for debate. The Fleming woman requires oversight. The logistics department flagged another delay. I will not allow a vendor to humiliate this family by botching the Mother's Day event. I slip my hands into the pockets of my trousers, maintaining eye contact. I am already handling it. I step closer, forcing her to look up. Her supply chain is a mess. The firm is mismanaging the suspended installations. If you walk into that warehouse, she will use your interference as an excuse to breach the contract. I am auditing the staging personally. Catherine studies my face. She searches for the weakness she exploited 5 years ago, looking for the boy she manipulated. She finds nothing. My private forensic accounting team is currently ripping her offshore financial infrastructure down to the studs. I am systematically draining the Cayman Islands Shell Corporation. I am severing her board influence proxy by proxy, compiling the laundering evidence that will ultimately put her in federal prison. It takes meticulous, agonizing time to dismantle a Swanson without triggering a public SEC investigation. But she will pay for what she stole, every cent. She will pay for separating my family. A CEO does not micromanage floral arrangements, Donovan. Catherine adjusts the pearls at her throat. It is beneath you. Finish this audit rapidly. We must discuss the Wellington girl this weekend. Her family's pedigree is impeccable, and you require a suitable wife. The board expects a grandson. The mention of a grandson while my 4-year-old son sits in a Brooklyn brownstone makes my jaw lock so hard my teeth ache. The Gala is my priority, I state flatly. Stay out of Brooklyn. I turn my back on the woman who birthed me before she can utter another syllable. The damp air of the Fleming Botanicals warehouse wraps around me the second I step inside. The space smells strongly of wet soil and cut stems. Massive, industrial-grade aluminum buckets line the central staging aisle. A chaotic sea of vibrant blue and white blooms waits to be processed. I walk past the empty administrative desk. My leather shoes scrape against the concrete, tracking a direct path toward the back staging area. Elisa stands at a long metal prep table. She wears a tailored, earth-toned canvas jumpsuit, the sleeves pushed up to her elbows. Her thick hair is braided back tightly, defying the humidity of the room. She wields a pair of heavy shears, snapping leaves off thick green stems. Louisa stands on the opposite side of the table, sorting the processed hydrangeas into hydration buckets, giving logistical commands into a headset. I stop at the end of the aisle, my feet move forward before I consciously make the decision, drawing me toward her. I shrug off my suit, leaving it on a nearby chair and loosen my tie, and I step up to the metal prep table, stopping shoulder to shoulder with Elisa. Just being in her space settles the lingering tension in my shoulders from dealing with my mother. I shrug off my suit jacket, draping the expensive wool over a nearby chair. Slowly, deliberately, I unfasten my platinum cufflinks and roll the sleeves of my crisp white shirt up past my elbows. I don't interrupt her. I simply pick up a spare pair of heavy shears from the aluminum surface. I grab a thick, wet hydrangea stem from the unprocessed pile, mirroring the exact stripping technique I just watched her use. Snap, snap. I drop the processed flower into the hydration bucket. Elisa freezes. Her shears stop mid-air. "Donovan?" She breathes, turning her head to stare at my hands. "What are you doing?" "Processing the flowers," I murmur, picking up another stem without looking away from the work. "Your hydration window is closing." Louisa stops mid-sentence, her jaw clicking shut. She stares at the Billionaire CEO currently doing manual labor at her prep table, reaches up to mute her headset, and continues sorting stems without a word. Catherine didn't show. Elisa watches me closely. "She called to threaten a site visit today, you know that. The front doors have been unlocked for 3 hours. I stopped her in the lobby of my building. I grab a handful of unprocessed stems, mirroring the stripping technique she just used. I told her your staging was a mess, and I am personally overseeing the deliverables. She bought the lie. She will not set foot in this borough. Elisa's dark eyes scan my face, looking for any trace of deception. And Derek? She suspects nothing. A fierce, protective instinct tightens my chest. She knows nothing. I am building the wall to protect our son, Elisa. I promised you. A violent smack of plastic hitting brick cuts over the whine of the ventilation fans. The warehouse doors crash open. Heavy work boots pound against the concrete. Hector, he storms down the central aisle, ignoring a junior designer scrambling out of his path. He has on a black t-shirt, his broad shoulders pulled back, radiating anger. He stops near the prep table, locking his eyes on my rolled-up sleeves. Get out! I drop the stems onto the aluminum surface and wipe the damp earth from my palms. I straighten up to face him. Hector! Elisa warns firmly. She steps around the table, placing herself between us. Stand down. No. Hector points a thick, dirt-stained finger at my chest, ignoring her command. He plays house on Saturday, and on Monday he is standing in my warehouse stripping flowers like he owns the damn place. I told you, Elle, the Swansons consume everything. He is marking his territory. I am protecting my family, I state evenly. Hector scoffs. He steps closer, undeterred by my size. Your family. You didn't even know the boy existed a week ago. Your mother is the reason we spent 5 years looking over our shoulders. You don't get to walk in here in a custom shirt and claim ownership over the boy we nearly killed ourselves to protect. Hector, enough. Elisa pushes her hands flat against her brother's chest. He stopped Catherine from coming today. He is handling her. He is a liability, Hector roars, the sound shaking the glass of the nearby coolers. He is dragging the exact empire that tried to destroy you right back to our front door. If she finds out about Derek, she will bury us in litigation until that boy is 21. I will put her in a federal penitentiary before she ever finds out about him, I reply. I'm not gambling my nephew's life on the word of a billionaire. Hector spits. He turns to Elisa, his expression hardening into an unforgiving, desperate resolve. I am shutting it down, Elle. Elisa freezes. She lowers her shears. Shutting what down? The Swanson contract. Hector crosses his massive arms. I am pulling the logistics fleet. I am canceling the wholesale orders. We are breaching the agreement. I let you sign this contract because I thought you were smart enough to stay away from this man. We will lose the firm. Elisa's voice cracks, her composure slipping. The penalty clause will bankrupt the operational accounts. We will lose everything we built. We keep Derek. Hector's dark eyes bore into his sister's. That is the only thing that matters. You cannot unilaterally terminate the contract, I interject, calculating the legal maneuver in milliseconds. Elisa is the sole signatory on the vendor agreement. Hector turns his glare back to me. A bitter, victorious smirk touches the corner of his mouth. Elisa signed the vendor agreement, Hector snarls, tossing his clipboard onto the metal table. But I control the Teamsters. I manage the fleet, the loading dock, and every union contractor rigging that ballroom. You don't leave my family alone, Swanson. I pull the labor. Try building your floating garden without a single truck or pair of hands. We are breaching the contract. You won't be able to find anyone in such short notice. The warehouse falls silent, save for the mechanical hum of the fans. Hector steps back toward the loading dock. The trucks won't move. We are done with Swanson Enterprises.
Chapter 15. Elisa. The threat hangs in the air, sharp and unyielding over the metal prep table. No one moves. The warehouse is dead quiet, save for the hum of the ventilation fans. My brother, the man who held my hand in the delivery room when I was alone, just threatened to pull our entire labor force and sabotage this contract to keep a Swanson out of our lives. I step forward, opening my mouth to fight, to demand he stops. A large hand gently catches my elbow. Donovan steps in front of me, blocking Hector's view. He doesn't stand his ground or issue a counter-threat. He lowers his chin. You are right, Donovan states quietly. My presence here puts them at risk. My family ruins people. Hector frowns, clearly thrown by the immediate surrender. I failed her 5 years ago. Donovan continues, meeting my brother's stare. I let my mother manipulate the ledgers and my own grief. I shut everyone out and left Elisa to bear the heaviest burden in the world by herself. Hector slowly uncrosses his arms, his hostility faltering against Donovan's confession. You pull the contract? You bankrupt this firm. Donovan takes a slow step forward. Do not punish her for my mistakes, Hector. Do not tear down the business she built from the dirt up just to keep me away. Direct the anger at me. I will take every hit you throw, but let her finish this job. Let her secure the financial stability she earned for our son. Hector stares at the man he spent half a decade cursing. He searches Donovan's face, taking in the quiet desperation in his posture. Hector snatches the legal envelope off the aluminum table. He shoves it back into the interior pocket of his jacket. One strike, Swanson, Hector warns grimly. He points a thick finger at Donovan. You let Catherine anywhere near this borough, you let a single headline touch my nephew, and I will tear apart the Swanson Gala piece by piece. They ruin everything they touch, Elle. Do not forget that. Hector turns on his heavy work boots and marches out of the loading dock. By 8 o'clock that evening, the chaos of the warehouse is miles away. Donovan's driver doesn't take me to Swanson Enterprises. Instead, the Cullinan navigates toward a quiet cobblestone street in Tribeca, pulling up to an unmarked residential building. It's a property Donovan told me he holds under a blind trust, untraceable by Catherine and her auditors. The private elevator opens directly onto a sprawling multi-level rooftop terrace. A long dining table is set for two under a heated pergola, bathed in the soft glow of pillar candles and string lights. A private chef quietly pours champagne into crystal flutes before retreating inside, leaving us alone. Beyond the glass barrier, the dark water of the Hudson River reflects the city's grid of amber street lamps and red taillights. Donovan stands near the terrace. He wears a dark cashmere overcoat over a simple black sweater. The candlelight catches the sharp lines of his profile. He turns at the sound of my heels. His green eyes find mine immediately, his posture easing the second I step onto the terrace. He dismisses the waiter with a brief nod. I cross the slate floor. Louisa has him. He went down 30 minutes ago. He demanded 3 separate readings of the dinosaur encyclopedia. I would have read it 4 times, Donovan replies, a faint smile touching his mouth. He steps forward, his hands finding my waist. He pulls me against the heavy cashmere of his coat. His lips brushes mine in a slow, lingering kiss. The warmth of his mouth contrasts sharply with the chill of the evening. I lean into the contact, my hands sliding up his chest to grip his lapels. He pulls back just enough to look at me, his chest rising and falling against mine. Instead of guiding me to the dining table immediately, we move to a curved sofa, situated around a glass-enclosed fire pit. The flames cast a warm glow over the slate, chasing away the chill. I sit, crossing my legs. Donovan sits beside me, his thigh pressed against mine. He drapes his arm along the sofa, his hand resting on my neck, his thumb tracing slow circles against my skin. He watches the flames for a long moment. Hector was right today, he says quietly. I don't know the boy you raised. I don't know what you went through to keep him safe. Tell me about the months I missed. I wrap my hands around my clutch, staring into the fire. The first year was difficult, I admit. I was building the firm from nothing, managing client meetings, hauling supplies. When the morning sickness hit, I hid in the supply closets so the contractors wouldn't see me struggling. His hand flexes against my skin. He closes his eyes. The ultrasound appointments were the hardest. I watched the fire pit. Sitting in a waiting room full of couples, seeing the heartbeat on the monitor, and knowing you weren't coming. I wasn't in a corner office, he replies, his voice tight. I was strapped to a physical therapy table. I turn my head looking at him. The crash did extensive nerve damage. Donovan stares into the flames. It took 4 months to learn how to walk without a cane. 6 months to stop the tremors in my hands. I spent every hour trapped in rehabilitation, believing you had taken my mother's money and left. He shifts, leaning forward slightly as if bracing against the memory. My older brother couldn't handle the expectations of this family. He looks down at his hands. He took a bottle of pills because Catherine demanded perfection, and he was an artist. He couldn't survive her. When he died, the entire company shifted to my shoulders. I shut everything out just to function. I reach out, resting my hand against his chest. And then I met you, he murmurs, turning his face to press a kiss to my palm. You were the only real thing in my life. When I thought you walked away, the numbness took over. I became who my mother wanted me to be. We were both terrified of being left behind. I stroked the side of his face. My parents were flighty. They chased inspiration across Europe and left me in Brooklyn with a neighbor when I was 8. Hector was a teen. They never came back. I promised myself I would never rely on anyone else. When Catherine told me I was just a fling, it validated every fear I had. You are not disposable. He pulls me across his lap. I straddle his lap, my coat bunching around my waist. He wraps his arms around my lower back, pulling me tight against his chest. You are everything, he says, his voice thick with emotion. He presses his face into my neck. I'm going to stop her. I'm going to strip the board of her allies, empty those offshore accounts, and legally remove her from the trust. But until the paperwork is finalized, I need you close. He holds me tighter. He pulls back just enough to look at me. His eyes are urgent, tracking my expression. Move into the penthouse. The request settles into the quiet of the rooftop. I freeze. Donovan, bring him to me. He slides his hands up to cup my face. I have a secured elevator. I have an armed detail monitoring the lobby. Nobody accesses the floor without my direct approval. Move in with me. Tomorrow. The suddenness of the request triggers my instinct to pull back. The life I built in Brooklyn, my hard-won independence. It hasn't even been that long since we reconnected. I whisper, holding his wrists. This is moving too fast. Derek doesn't even know you are his father yet. We tell him together, in his own house, when he's ready. I won't drop that on him while uprooting his entire life. It has been 5 years, Elisa. He leans in, his mouth hovering fractions of an inch from mine. 5 years of stolen time. I am not spending another night here alone, knowing Catherine is actively targeting your firm and you. Let me protect you, Hecht.
He's the mysterious man I had a fling with last night, and it turns out he's my dad's new boss.
I was getting IVF, but the donor came in and wanted his stuff back. It was too late. Now we're stuck together and I'm having his baby.
Ready to dive into a world where passion meets intrigue, where love knows no bounds.
If I don't find a woman to marry in the next 24 hours, then my entire company is going to be taken from me. There's only one woman I can ask, but she hates me because I ruined her father.
Introducing the Escape Your Life with Romance Book Bundle by Amazon best-selling author Tyla Walker, a collection of 100 standalone romances that promise to sweep you off your feet.
And the best part?
Get 90% off on the whole bundle, baby.
For $99.99, you'll get over 800 hours of pure romance with strong alpha males and sassy women who don't back down.
They can pass all the tariffs they want, ladies. But you won't find this deal for 100 audiobooks for less than $1 each anywhere else.
90 cents per book for all the dirty fun I can handle? How could I say no to that?
Visit TylaWalker.com to grab this bundle today.
Get ready to escape your life.
With Miss Tyla.
Chapter 16. Donovan. The flat, smooth stone skips 3 times across the gray, churning surface of the Atlantic before sinking beneath the surf. Again! Derek jumps, his small sneakers kicking up the damp, packed sand of the private Hamptons beach. The coastal wind whips his thick dark curls around his face. The oversized navy blue cable knit sweater he wears swallows his small frame, but the brilliant green of his eyes, my eyes, shines with an unrestrained joy that makes my chest tighten. I crouch on the sand, the thick canvas of my dark chinos pressing into the wet grit. It has been weeks. A few weeks since I stood in a dark Brooklyn foyer and watched the lie I lived under shatter. Almost a month of existing in two opposed spheres. By day, I am the CEO of Swanson Enterprises, managing a multi-billion-dollar portfolio and executing the logistics for the Mother's Day Gala. By night, I am a father. Quietly slipping through the private garage entrances of her Brooklyn brownstone, keeping my visits off the official security logs, stealing every available hour to sit on a vintage Persian rug and assemble plastic bricks. To have my family by my side, I engineered a massive zoning injunction on a historical Swanson property in the Mayfair district of London to keep my mother busy. I instructed my UK legal division to stonewall the local preservation committee until they specifically demanded a liaison with the Swanson family. Catherine boarded a Gulfstream 24 hours later. She has been in Europe for weeks, consumed by the manufactured legal battle, blind to the life I am building right behind her back. But the Gala preparation is a punishing machine, and it is grinding Elisa down. Derek and I conspired, a coordinated strike. We ambushed her at the Brooklyn greenhouse at dawn this morning, packed a single overnight bag, and drove the Cullinan 2 hours east to the isolation of this private, gated beachfront estate. Your turn. I press a flat piece of slate into Derek's small, cold palm. Index finger on the edge. Snap the wrist. Do not throw from the shoulder. Derek pinches the stone, his small brow furrowing in deep concentration. He mimics the stance perfectly, pulling his arm back and snapping his wrist forward. The stone hits the water at a steep angle and immediately sinks with a hollow plop. His shoulders slump. The frustration is immediate, a dark cloud shadowing his face. I reach out, my large hand enveloping his small shoulder. The physical contact, the undeniable reality of my blood running in his veins, settles something restless and broken inside of me. The ocean doesn't always cooperate on the first try, Derek. I turn him slightly, adjusting the angle of his feet. I hand him another stone. You look at how it hits. You adjust your stance. Try again. He squares his shoulders, mirroring the exact posture I take in a boardroom. He throws. The stone hits the crest of a wave, bounces once, twice, and disappears. 2! Derek shouts, throwing his arms in the air. 2! A low chuckle rumbles in my chest. The tension that permanently lives between my shoulders eases, replaced by a profound warmth that defies the crisp April wind off the water. I stand, brushing the sand from my hands. I look up the sloping, manicured dunes toward the sprawling cedar shingle estate. Elisa sits on the expansive wraparound porch. She wears loose ivory canvas trousers and a thick, oversized cream sweater that slips off one shoulder. Her thick hair is free, blowing wild in the salt wind. She holds a mug of hot coffee, her dark eyes tracking our every movement on the sand. Go to your mom, I say softly, gesturing up the dune. Tell her you conquered the Atlantic. Derek sprints up the wooden boardwalk, his small legs pumping furiously. I follow at a slower, measured pace, ascending the wooden stairs to the porch just as Derek launches himself into Elisa's lap. 2 times, Mommy! I made it skip 2 times! A certified maritime engineer. Elisa presses a kiss into his messy curls, her rich laugh wrapping around the chilled April air. Go inside and ask Hayes to make you a hot chocolate. Your hands are freezing. Derek scrambles off her lap and disappears through the heavy glass sliding doors into the warmth of the house. I take the empty mug from her hands, setting it on the teak side table. I sit heavily on the cushioned lounge chair beside her. I slide closer, my thigh pressing gently against hers. She stares out at the crashing gray waves. Her posture is stiff. The competence she wields in the city is gone, leaving a quiet, terrifying vulnerability in its place. I reach over, my large hand enveloping hers. I thread my long fingers through hers, anchoring our hands against my thigh. You don't have to be on guard here, I murmur, my gaze tracing the dark exhaustion still shadowing the skin beneath her eyes. She sighs, leaning her head against the high back of the chair. It has been weeks, Donovan. Weeks of perfect isolated moments. And every time the sun comes up, I wait for the sky to fall. Catherine is in London. Her board proxy is bleeding out. She has no leverage. She is a Swanson. She is your mother. Elisa turns her head, her dark eyes wide and hauntingly honest. I trust you. I trust the man sitting on this porch with me, but I am terrified of the name attached to you, the press, the legacy. The moment the world finds out about Derek, they will put a microscope on him. They will tear apart my business, my background, my parents. They will look for every reason why a florist from Brooklyn is unworthy of the Swanson heir. The protective instinct tightens my chest so violently it hurts. I will step down. The words drop onto the wooden deck, absolute and irreversible. Elisa freezes. What? I will step down as Chief Executive Officer. I hold her gaze, ensuring she reads the absolute certainty in mine. I will liquidate my voting shares and transfer them into a blind trust for Derek. I will remove my name from the operational hierarchy of the company. I will start an independent commercial real estate firm. If my family threatens you, I will sever my ties. You spent your whole life building that portfolio, she whispers, her fingers tightening around mine. I spent 30 years surviving a miserable existence. I lift her hand, pressing my mouth against her knuckles. You are my life, you and that boy. I do not require a Manhattan skyscraper to prove my worth. I only require you under my roof. A single tear slips past her eyelashes, sliding down the curve of her cheek. She leans across the space, burying her face into the crook of my neck. I wrap both arms around her, holding her tightly against my chest, shielding her from the biting coastal wind. 10 p.m. The rhythmic crash of the ocean surf echoes through the open glass doors of the master bedroom suite. The beach house is quiet. Derek succumbed to the exhaustion of the salt air an hour ago, his small body melting into the mattress of the guest room after 3 recitations of the dinosaur encyclopedia. I stand on the dark second-floor balcony overlooking the private beach. The wind has died down, leaving a crisp spring chill in the air. Elisa stands with her spine pressed firmly into my chest. She wears my heavy cashmere overcoat draped over her shoulders, the hem sweeping the wooden deck. My arms are wrapped around her waist, my chin resting on the crown of her head. The profound domesticity of the moment is addictive. He wants to show you his greenhouse tomorrow, Elisa murmurs softly, her hands resting over my forearms. He planted a tray of basil seeds. He checks the soil moisture every morning. I will clear the afternoon. I press a kiss into her hair. Hayes can drive us back after lunch. You have a board meeting at 2. The board can wait. She laughs quietly, a soft sound that settles the final, lingering tension in my chest. A sharp, violent buzz vibrates against my outer thigh. The matte black phone in my pocket disrupts the silence. A high-priority security alert. I do not loosen my grip on Elisa. I shift my weight slightly, sliding my right hand into my pocket to retrieve the device. I keep the screen angled away from her line of sight, shielding the bright glare from ruining the dark intimacy of the balcony. Sender. Unknown number. No text, just a single image file. My pulse slows to a heavy, methodical thud. I tap the screen. The image loads in high resolution, and it is a photograph taken in broad daylight. The framing captures the sprawling cedar shingle beach house, the wooden boardwalk, and the gray, churning surf of the Atlantic Ocean. In the frame, captured with crystal-clear precision through a long-range telephoto lens, is my family. It is an image of me, crouched in the damp sand, my hand resting on Derek's small shoulder as he prepares to throw a stone. The angle exposes the identical sharp cut of our jawlines. The metadata timestamp is burned into the bottom corner of the image. Today, 2:14 p.m. A violent protective fury erupts in my chest, instantly shattering the peaceful night. Someone was on the dunes. Someone bypassed the gate. Before I can process the security breach, a second message pushes through the encrypted network. Sender, Hayes, head of private security. Message, Sir Catherine Swanson's Gulfstream touched down at Teterboro Airport an hour ago. She is back in New York. I lock the screen immediately, shoving the phone deep into the pocket of my chinos. The muscles in my chest and arms must have gone rigid because Elisa shifts against me. She turns in my embrace as she tilts her head up to look at me in the dark. What is it? She whispers. Her dark eyes search my face as she looks up at me with complete, open trust, a quiet reliance she has fought fiercely to guard. A problem? I force the tight, aching muscles in my jaw to relax. I lift my hand, brushing a stray, wind-blown curl away from her cheek. I press a soft, lingering kiss to her temple, wrapping my arms tighter around her waist to anchor her against me. It's nothing, I murmur, keeping my tone perfectly steady to soothe her. Just a minor logistics issue at the warehouse. I'll handle it later. Are you sure? She asks, resting her cheek against my chest, right over my hammering heart. You feel tense. I'm sure. Don't worry, Elisa. She sighs softly, trusting the lie, her body relaxing into mine. I hold her against the April wind, staring out into the pitch-black void of the Atlantic Ocean over the top of her head. Catherine is back, and someone out there is stalking my family. Let them try. I will do everything to protect Elisa and my son.
Chapter 17. Elisa. The mechanical whine of the hydraulic scissor lift echoes off the vaulted ceilings of the ballroom. Lower the primary suspension cable by 3 inches. I project my voice over the noisy construction crew, pointing the tip of my gold pen at the rigging foreman strapped into the elevated harness. The gradient of the wisteria branches needs to cascade naturally toward the center table. If it hangs too rigid, it looks like a corporate lobby, not a living canopy. The heavy steel cables grind against the overhead pulleys. The massive 12-foot floral chandelier, a sprawling, intricate web of deep purple and ivory blossoms, drops 3 inches, settling into perfect, breathtaking alignment. I lower my clipboard, the sharp perfume of thousands of crushed petals filling the chilled air of the ballroom. I stare at the cascading flowers, but the vibrant purple bleeds out of my vision, replaced by the churning slate-gray waves of the ocean. My mind wanders back to the weekend, the rumble of Donovan's voice as he crouched in the sand, guiding Derek's small hand. The warmth of his cashmere overcoat shielding me from the coastal wind. A sharp tap of an acrylic fingernail against my clipboard snaps my attention back to the ballroom. Earth to Eliza. Louisa leans into my line of sight, her bright coral lipstick curving into a massive smirk. She wears a yellow hard hat tilted back on her head. You are useless today. I just watched you sign off on a delivery of hydrangeas using the wrong billing code. Twice. There are too many deliveries arriving at once, I state, adjusting the collar of my tailored, earth-toned canvas jumpsuit. The deliveries are fine. Louisa bumps her shoulder against mine. You, however, are practically radiating a post-Hamptons glow. The man finally gave in, didn't he? You spent a perfect day playing house on a private beach. The chaotic, beautiful reality of the weekend swells inside me, a warm fire pushing back the shadows of the last 5 years. I look at my best friend, my posture relaxing just a fraction. We are a family, Lou. The words slip out, a profound truth. It is messy and it is terrifying, but he is not the man I thought he was. He is. The ambient noise of the crew doesn't fade. It is swallowed by a sudden, sharp voice cutting through the space. The scent of powdery, expensive French perfume follows it. A breathtaking installation, Ms. Fleming. The icy cadence drips directly into my ear. I pivot. The soles of my boots scrape against the marble. Did she hear it? My heart slams against my chest bone. Catherine Swanson stands less than 5 feet away. She wears a pristine, bone-white Chanel suit, the fabric devoid of a single crease. A double strand of flawless South Sea pearls rests against her throat. Her pale, calculating eyes sweep over the suspended wisteria canopy before locking onto my face. She is back from London. The legal battle Donovan orchestrated failed to hold her across the Atlantic. Mrs. Swanson, I keep my tone even. You are back from Europe early. The board indicated your schedule in Mayfair would extend through the week. London proved to be a minor, easily managed inconvenience. Catherine offers a smile that resembles a drawn scalpel. She takes a slow, deliberate step closer. My priority is Gala. I entrust the Swanson legacy only to those who understand the weight of their responsibilities. She doesn't look at the flowers anymore. She looks at me, her eyes tracking every shift in my expression. I trust your weekend was restorative, Ms. Fleming. Catherine tilts her head, the pearls clicking softly against her collarbone. The Hamptons are lovely this time of year. So quiet. So secluded. My heart stops. A cold sweat breaks across my nape. I'm sure they are. I reply, my spine locking perfectly straight. I didn't have the luxury of leaving the city. The gala requires my full attention. You did not go to the Hamptons? Catherine's smile sharpens. My friend must have been mistaken. She mentioned you were seen on the beach with a child, a young boy. I must admit, I was surprised. I assume he is your nephew? Hector does not strike me as the domestic type. but one never truly knows the intricate, messy details of other people's families. The ringing in my ears drowns out the whine of the hydraulic lifts. The matriarch of the Swanson dynasty is not guessing. She is not making polite conversation. She is deploying a psychological weapon, testing my defenses. Generational wealth, an armada of corporate litigators, the power to rip my son out of his Brooklyn bedroom and mold him into a cold, ruthless heir. I ignore the raw burn of panic in my chest. I tilt my chin up, staring directly back at her. I'm sure your friend was mistaken. Hector does have a son, but we didn't go to the beach recently. The lie slides off my tongue, my voice trembling the slightest bit despite my efforts to sound nonchalant. Family requires a significant investment of time, Mrs. Swanson, a concept I am sure you understand intimately. The insult is wrapped in silk, striking directly at the rotting core of her relationship with Donovan and the son she drove to suicide. Catherine's eyes flatten into 2 chips of glacial ice. The fake sweetness vanishes. Before she can issue a retaliatory strike, a massive rusted iron bucket crashes onto the marble floor between us. The heavy clang shatters the tension. My apologies. Louisa steps directly into the line of fire, hauling a second iron bucket by the handle, obstructing Catherine's view of me. The structural brackets for the secondary canopy just arrived, Elisa. The Teamsters refused to uncrate the rigging without your direct authorization signature. We are burning daylight. Catherine takes a pristine half-step back, avoiding a splash of dirty floral water. She smooths the front of her white suit, her composure snapping flawlessly back into place. I will leave you to your manual labor, Miss Fleming. Catherine turns toward the exit. Do try to manage your time efficiently. The gala approaches rapidly, and we would hate for you to be distracted. She glides across the marble, the rhythmic click of her Louboutins fading down the long corridor. I do not wait for her to clear the lobby. I turn on my heel, abandoning the clipboard on the prep table. Cover the floor, I tell Louisa, my voice shaking. Elisa. I ignore her as I sprint for the service elevators. The descent to the subterranean parking garage feels like an agonizing eternity. I burst through the heavy fire doors, navigating the concrete pillars until I reach the Fleming Botanicals logistics van. I slide into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut. I punch the lock button. The confined space of the cab offers zero actual protection, but the physical barrier allows my lungs to finally drag in a ragged breath. I pull my phone from my pocket. My fingers tremble violently as I hit the speed dial. He answers on the first ring. Elisa. Donovan's voice is immediate and grounding. She knows. The words tumble out. Catherine just ambushed me in the Plaza Ballroom. She asked about my weekend in the Hamptons. She asked about me having a nephew. A dark, terrifying silence falls over the cellular connection. When Donovan speaks again, his voice is low and threatening. Where are you? In the logistics van. B2 level of the plaza. Lock the doors. Do not move the vehicle. The sound of a heavy chair scraping against a floor echoes in the background. I am deploying Hayes and a 4-man security detail to your location right now. They will shadow you and Derek 24 hours a day. Nobody gets within 50 feet of either of you. Donovan, if she puts her lawyers on this, she will not have the capital or time for lawyers, he dictates. The argument is over before it begins. I am accelerating the timeline. I am tearing the holding company apart from the inside. Go back to your shop. Surround yourself with your team. I am handling my mother. The line goes dead. The humidity of the Brooklyn greenhouse offers no sanctuary. Every shadow cast by the towering ferns looks like a private investigator. Every delivery truck idling at the parking dock sounds like a threat. I spend the entire afternoon locked in the administrative office, jumping at the slightest mechanical whine of the ventilation fans. Hayes and his men arrived 14 minutes after I hung up with Donovan. They operate with terrifying silent efficiency. 2 men in dark suits, stationed at the perimeter of the warehouse, scanning every face that crosses the threshold. Hayes himself is currently parked outside Derek's preschool in a black SUV. The sheer reality of my life, mutating into a high-stakes corporate battle, is a crushing weight against my chest. I sit at my drafting table, staring blindly at a stack of unpaid freight invoices. The digital clock on the corner of the screen reads 4:45 p.m. A sharp, shrill chime pierces the quiet office. A new email notification drops down from the top of my monitor. The sender address belongs to the executive assistant of the Swanson Trust. I tap the mouse. The encrypted message opens, stark black text glaring against the bright white screen. Ms. Fleming, per the direct instructions of Catherine Swanson, the accounting protocols for the Mother's Day Gala have been immediately amended. All remaining vendor invoices, structural ledgers, and final budget approvals must be submitted in person. You are required to present the documents to Mrs. Swanson at her Upper East Side residence within the next 48 hours. Failure to comply will result in an immediate breach of contract and the total suspension of all pending wire transfers to Fleming Botanicals. I have fallen into her trap.
Chapter 18. Donovan. The heavy oak door of the Brooklyn brownstone yields to my key. The immediate quiet of the foyer is a deceptive lie. The dark, frantic energy radiating from the second floor strikes me before I even clear the threshold. I drop my keys onto the console table. The silence of the sleeping 4-year-old in the second-floor nursery is a stark contrast to the rapid, aggressive thud of bare feet pacing the length of the master bedroom right next door. I take the stairs 2 at a time. Elisa is a blur of motion in the middle of the room. She wears an oversized, faded college t-shirt and loose cotton shorts. Her thick hair is piled haphazardly on top of her head. A stack of heavily annotated vendor invoices sits abandoned on the rumpled duvet. She grips the pen so tightly her hand trembles, using the blunt end to tap a frantic, punishing rhythm against the cover of a thick ledger. She talked about the Hamptons, Donovan. The words tear out of her throat, brittle and fraying at the edges. She does not stop pacing. She was watching my face, looking for a reaction when she mentioned my nephew. She knows. I can feel it. She demanded the invoices. I step directly into her path. The collision halts her frantic momentum. My large hands capture her shoulders, pulling her flush against my chest. Her muscles are locked tight, her body vibrating with pure adrenaline. The weight of the impending gala and my mother's threats is grinding her down. She is fishing. I press a soft kiss to her temple, wrapping my arms around her. She has no proof. The security detail is flawless. As for the invoices, I'll handle it. I did not tell her about the photo. I do not want her to worry even more. My team is still looking into it, suspecting my mother and the paparazzi. She doesn't need proof. She needs a thread. Elisa's hands grip the fabric of my dark sweater. If she pulls it, everything falls apart. The gala is 2 weeks away. She is demanding the final phase invoices in person, and she is circling my son. Breathe. I slide my hands down her arms, my thumbs pressing deep into the tight, knotted muscles of her biceps. Stop. Just look at me. She tilts her head back. Dark shadows of exhaustion map the delicate skin beneath her eyes. When did you eat last? I had lunch. She swallows hard, the lie snapping the second it leaves her mouth. A loud, hollow rumble vibrates from her stomach, betraying her. The espresso you drank at noon does not constitute lunch. I wrap my arm around her waist, physically guiding her out of the bedroom and down the stairs to the kitchen. I pull a carton of eggs and a block of aged cheddar from the stainless steel refrigerator. The quiet domestic routine offers a temporary distraction. I whisk the eggs, the metallic clatter of the fork against the glass bowl filling the quiet space. I slide a hot, perfect omelet onto a ceramic plate and set it on the kitchen island in front of her. Elisa picks up the fork. She pushes the food across the porcelain, her throat too tight, the exhaustion swallowing her appetite. She sets the silver down with a soft clink. It seems you don't have an appetite, but eat a few more spoonfuls and let's go upstairs. A few minutes later, I take her hand, pulling her away from the half-eaten food. In the master bathroom, I twist the heavy brass fixtures of the deep clawfoot tub. Hot water cascades into the porcelain basin. Thick steam immediately clouds the mirrors. I pull a glass jar of dried rose petals from the mahogany vanity, crushing a handful between my calloused palms and letting the dark red fragments scatter over the rising water. I strike a long wooden match, touching the flame to a line of thick pillar candles lining the corner of the tub. The harsh overhead lights die with a flick of my wrist, leaving only the warm, dancing amber glow of the fire. I turn toward the doorway. Soak. I will wait in the bedroom. Her fingers snatch the hem of my sweater. The grip is frantic, desperate. Don't go. Her dark eyes reflect the flickering candlelight. The fierce independence she wears all day is nowhere to be seen. Stay. We make love, moving into the bedroom as things get heated. Afterward,
And that's where we're going to put a pause on pleasure.
It looks like the rest of this chapter is just too naughty to put on the air.
As much as we'd love to share every little detail, we've got to stick to this platform's guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming.
They've got some rules about what we can show, and we wouldn't want to risk losing the chance to bring you more content.
As frustrating as it is to build the tension only to be interrupted, Miss Tyla always knows how to make it up to you.
You can find the full, uncut scene over at TylaWalker.com.
With an entire library of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks, Miss Tyla's collection is waiting for you.
And if you use code SAVE40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even on bundles that are already discounted.
So don't let the fun stop here. Head over to TylaWalker.com and treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Exhaustion claims her quickly. She falls asleep wrapped in my arms, the rigid tension finally gone from her muscles. The bedroom is quiet. The only sound is her slow, even breathing. A sharp electronic ping cuts through the dark. My encrypted laptop, sitting closed on the mahogany dresser across the room, lights up. I slide carefully out of the bed, ensuring I don't disturb her sleep. I pull on my dark trousers from the floor, crossing the hardwood. I open the screen. The secure server channel tied to my private investigation team flashes neon red. Alert. Tier 1 security breach. Target. Fleming Botanical's primary operational ledger. Access granted via third-party authentication override. Bribed internal accountant. Terminal origin. C. Swanson Holdings, LLC. The ambient heat of the bedroom vanishes. A cold dread settles in the pit of my stomach. Catherine didn't just ask about the boy. She bought Elisa's accountant. She has full access to the financial records of the firm.
Chapter 19. Elisa. The mahogany veneer of the bank manager's desk gleams under the harsh fluorescent lighting. The air inside the private commercial banking suite is cool and heavily filtered, but a high, sickening ringing starts in my ears. Mr. Davis turns his flat-screen monitor on its swivel base, angling the glaring spreadsheet toward me. The Phase 3 installment from the Swanson Trust cleared your primary operational account at 9 o'clock this morning, the manager states, tapping a manicured finger against a highlighted cell. However, 14 minutes later, you authorized a secondary protocol. 80% of the capital was immediately routed out of Fleming Botanicals and wired to a Cayman-based limited liability corporation. I grip the armrests of my leather chair so hard my knuckles ache. The numbers on the screen blur into a jagged mess. I didn't authorize a transfer, I say, keeping my voice terrifyingly level. There has to be an error in the system. Check the internal routing protocol again. It is not a clerical error, Ms. Fleming. Davis adjusts his glasses, his tone shifting from professional to cautious. The transfer was executed using the primary authentication codes linked directly to you. It was authorized from inside your network. Show me the routing destination. Davis clicks the mouse. The encrypted destination file opens. Aurelia Holdings, LLC. The name is unknown to me. I have never done business with an Aurelia Holdings. I have never signed an invoice for them. But my mind works frantically, piecing it together. Catherine. The email demanding the final invoices within 48 hours. The sudden absence of my head accountant this morning, claiming a family emergency. She didn't just threaten my funding. She bypassed the legal barricades Donovan erected by simply purchasing the loyalty of my internal staff. She wired hundreds of thousands of dollars of trust capital into my business, only to immediately siphon it into an offshore shell, leaving my digital fingerprint directly on the transfer. Embezzlement, grand larceny, a federal felony. The scale of the threat crashes over me. A self-made black woman from Brooklyn, accused of defrauding a multi-billion-dollar dynasty. The courts will not look for nuance. The media will tear my business to shreds before the sun sets. Regardless of whether the truth comes out during a trial, I will go to a federal prison. Derek. The thought of my son being left alone is a physical strike against the inside of my ribs. Catherine does not just want me in a cell. She wants me removed from the board so she can claim my son and mold him into the exact same icy, ruthless man that destroyed her other son. I stand, retrieving my leather tote from the chair. I force my shoulders back, locking down the panic before the bank manager can see it. Freeze the remaining assets, I command, staring directly at him. Revoke all authorization codes immediately, even mine. I will handle the discrepancy internally. I walk out of the bank, the sharp click of my heels echoing off the marble floor. The heavy, humid air of the Brooklyn greenhouse vibrates with the explosive violence of Hector's fury. A heavy plastic crate of floral foam smashes against the concrete floor, shattering into a dozen jagged pieces. "Where is he?" Hector roars, the sound shaking the glass of the nearby coolers. He turns on his heavy work boots, his broad shoulders pulled back. "Where is your savior, Elisa? He stood right in this exact spot and swore he was dismantling her access. He swore he would protect you." Louisa paces the narrow aisle between the metal prep tables, her hands tangled in her bright braids. "We need a criminal defense attorney. Immediately. When I checked the system logs this morning after Sasha didn't show up, everything pointed to your master access code. She used your terminal, Elisa. She framed you perfectly and now she's gone dark. We need a lawyer to prepare for a federal indictment." Hector points a thick, dirt-stained finger toward the administrative office. "She is building a trap, Elle. She is going to lock you in a cell and take my nephew, and Donovan is sitting in his penthouse playing with his millions while she does it." "Hector, stand down." The command rips out of my throat, firm and uncompromising. I stand at the head of the aluminum table, my hands pressed flat against the metal surface. "He promised!" Hector spits, the betrayal burning in his dark eyes. "His promises are empty. The Swansons destroy everything I told you. Donovan is systematically draining her offshore accounts. It takes time." I hold my brother's furious gaze, choosing to trust Donovan despite the fear eating at my stomach. He is severing her roots, her proxies, her power. But Catherine is a cornered animal, and she is accelerating her timeline. She bought the accountant because she knows Donovan is closing the net around her. Donovan is also in danger. "Then call him." Louisa stops pacing, gripping the metal table. "Tell him to do something. Let him unleash his corporate litigators on her right now." "No." The single syllable drops into the humid air. Hector goes completely still. "Elisa, she is framing you for a federal crime. If I go to Donovan empty-handed, Catherine spins the narrative," I say, my voice trembling but resolute. She turns me into the hysterical gold-digging vendor making wild accusations, and she triggers an SEC audit that ruins us both. I am not handing her the detonator, Hector. I need the weapon she used. I need the proof. I grab a large, heavy decorative box from the staging rack. It is packed tightly with the imported velvet ribbons required for the VIP table settings. I need the source code of the transfer from the account to her. I tuck the box under my arm. I need the exact terminal she used to route the money. I need the proof in my hand before I bring this fight to Donovan. Hector steps into my path, blocking the aisle. "What are you doing?" "I am the lead vendor for the Gala. I have full, unrestricted clearance to the executive floor." I stare up at my brother. "Keep Derek at the house. pull Hayes and the security detail off me, and put them entirely on the perimeter of the brownstone. Tell them I'm staying in the greenhouse. I'll use the freight tunnels to slip out. I step around him, marching straight for the loading dock doors. The Swanson Enterprises Tower is a monolith of glass, steel, and suffocating wealth. I move out of the private vendor elevator onto the 90th floor. The air up here is sterile, chilled to a precise, unforgiving temperature. I carry the heavy box of velvet ribbons against my hip, moving with the quiet, unapologetic confidence of a woman who belongs on this floor. My thick hair is pinned into a flawless, tight crown. I navigate the sprawling, quiet corridors of the executive suite. The mid-afternoon lull is heavy. Boardrooms are empty. Catherine Swanson's administrative suite anchors the eastern wing. I round the corner. The assistant's desk, a massive slab of white marble, sits abandoned. A half-eaten salad and a steaming cup of coffee rest beside the dual monitors. The heavy mahogany door leading to Catherine's private office is sealed shut, but the assistant's terminal is the nerve center of her daily operations. I step behind the marble desk. I am gambling that I can find what I need here. My chest tightens, a sudden rush of nervous energy making my hands feel clammy. I set the box of ribbons on the floor. The primary monitor is awake, displaying a complex scheduling matrix. I reach into the deep pocket of my jumpsuit, pulling out a sleek encrypted flash drive. My fingers do not tremble. I lock down the panic. I slide the drive into the USB port on the side of the processing tower. The screen flashes. A small digital window opens in the bottom right corner. I drag the mouse, accessing the temporary cache files and the outgoing transmission logs. I locate the specific folder, routing the offshore banking authorizations. To my shock, she named the folder after the LLC, Aurelia Holdings. Catherine is arrogant. She didn't bother burying the trail deeply on her assistant's machine, confident no one would ever dare breach her floor. I click and drag the entire folder to the flash drive icon. A progress bar materializes on the screen. Copying 4.2 gigabytes of data. Estimated time, 45 seconds. The silence in the executive suite is deafening. The ticking of the large analog clock on the wall echoes loudly. 15 seconds. The green bar crawls across the digital window. 30 seconds. The heavy, unmistakable scent of clean cedar and sharp bergamot drifts into the administrative suite. All the air leaves the room. Footsteps echo against the floor, approaching the suite with a deliberate, steady pace. 40 seconds. The progress bar hits 98%. The broad, towering shadow of a man eclipses the doorway of the suite. The green bar vanishes. Transfer complete. I rip the flash drive from the port, concealing it within the closed fist of my right hand. I pivot smoothly, forcing my posture into rigid defiance. Donovan stands in the entrance. His gaze traps mine, and he stops dead in the doorway. Whatever he was about to say dies in his throat. I watch raw panic override his features as his eyes drop to the flash drive in my hand, then to the assistant's unlocked terminal. He doesn't look angry. He looks like he just watched me step on a landmine. He slides his hands slowly into the pockets of his tailored trousers, the muscle in his scarred jaw pulling dangerously tight. "You ditched my security detail," he rasps, the deep rumble of his voice vibrating through the quiet room. "Do you have any idea what Catherine would have done to you if she caught you here instead of me?"
Chapter 20. Donovan. "You ditched my security detail," I state, my voice a harsh, terrified rasp as I turn the brass deadbolt on the heavy mahogany door. The metallic slide echoes sharply, isolating us from the rest of the 90th floor. "Do you have any idea what Catherine would have done to you if she caught you here instead of me?" Elisa stands rigid behind my mother's assistant's desk. The oxblood silk of her tailored jumpsuit stands out against the stark, monochromatic corporate space. Her chin is elevated, her dark eyes flashing with uncompromising defiance. Her right hand is curled into a tight fist against her hip, concealing the titanium flash drive. "I am retrieving the weapon she used to frame me," she replies. "Your mother wired Phase 3 trust capital into my primary operational account at 9 o'clock this morning. 14 minutes later, my compromised accountant routed 80% of the funds to Catherine's Cayman Island Shell Corporation. She left my digital fingerprint directly on the transfer." A cold knot forms in my gut. Embezzlement, a manufactured federal felony designed to ruin her. My mother is not simply maneuvering for leverage. She is trying to send Elisa to prison. I cross the thick carpet in 3 long strides. Elisa braces herself, expecting a fight, but I step directly behind her instead. I crowd her against my desk, my chest brushing the silk covering her back. The scent of jasmine and the damp April air clinging to her hair cuts through the blinding anger I feel toward my mother. I reach around her waist, taking command of the mouse and keyboard. "You pulled the local cache files," I murmur near her ear. "Catherine utilizes a hidden secondary server for her offshore routing. The local logs are a decoy." Elisa's breathing hitches. The tension in her shoulders eases slightly as she realizes I am not here to stop her. My hands move over the keys in a rapid, rhythmic clatter. I don't bother with Catherine's superficial firewalls. I access the root directory using the executive backdoors I coded into the mainframe 5 years ago. A black command terminal replaces the scheduling matrix on the monitor. The hidden financial transmission logs spill across the screen. "Insert the drive again," I say softly. She slides the sleek titanium rectangle back into the USB port. I highlight the hidden data clusters. My eyes track the embedded timestamps on the files. Mid-March. "She laid the groundwork for this months ago," I state, the severity of the betrayal tightening my jaw. "Before your firm even submitted the preliminary invoices, she engineered the entire contract as a trap." The progress bar hits 100%. I extract the drive and press it into the palm of her hand. I step back, turning her around to face me. The exhaustion shadowing her eyes is visible, but the grit in her posture remains. "Take the drive to Hector," I instruct, gently brushing her cheekbone. "Lock it in the brownstone safe." "Donovan, if she triggers an SEC audit..." "She won't trigger an audit because the capital is no longer in the Cayman shell." I hold her gaze firmly. "I drained the offshore account an hour ago. All of it. The second Callahan flagged the routing number. I froze the shell and rerouted the capital into a blind trust entirely in Derek's name. She has no funds to point the federal investigators toward. I neutralized the threat." Her breath rushes out in a sharp gasp. "I am dismantling her holding company, Elisa, but you have to maintain the cover." I drag my thumb across her lower lip, fighting the violent urge to pull her closer. "You walk back down to that ballroom. You finish the installation. Give her nothing. I will handle this." "Okay," she promises. 11 p.m. The triple monitors of my penthouse office cast a stark glare across the obsidian desk. The city 90 floors below is a grid of amber and red, silenced by the reinforced glass. The air in the office smells of aged espresso and rain lashing against the windows. The secure communication channel pings. Callahan, the lead investigator of my private forensic accounting firm, appears in a video window. He sits in a windowless room surrounded by server stacks. "The offshore routing is fully neutralized, Mr. Swanson," Callahan reports. "We traced the Cayman LLC directly back to the primary Swanson Holding Trust. The digital trail is undeniable. If Catherine attempts to flag the missing capital, she incriminates herself for wire fraud." "Hold the evidence," I reply, rubbing my nape. "Prepare the dossier for the federal prosecutor. I want the indictment ready the second I give the order." "Understood, sir." I end the call. The financial trap is dismantled, but a nagging suspicion remains. Catherine is ruthless, but she is calculating. Framing Elisa for embezzlement requires a motive beyond simple disdain. Sending a vendor to federal prison draws press, and the Swansons abhor public scandals. There is a missing variable. I drag the mouse to the secondary monitor and open the backdoor access portal to my mother's private email server. I type a single search query. Fleming. Hundreds of emails cascade down the screen. Vendor contracts, logistics updates, Gala committee complaints. I narrow the parameters, filtering the dates past the Gala inception in January. I dig into the archives from a year ago. A single encrypted email chain materializes. The sender is a private intelligence firm. The date is 14 months ago. My pulse thrums heavily against my jaw. I click the file. The text renders after a few seconds. Subject: asset location confirmed, Mrs. Swanson. The target operates a commercial botanical firm in Brooklyn. Enclosed is the requested visual confirmation of the secondary asset. I open the attachment. A high-resolution photograph fills the screen. It's a park in Brooklyn. Elisa sits on a bench wearing her faded denim jacket, her hair pulled into a messy knot. She is smiling. In the sandbox, a 3-year-old boy with dark curls looks up at the camera lens. Derek. The revelation drops like a stone in my gut. Catherine didn't discover my son after hiring Elisa. The Mother's Day Gala was not a coincidence. The contract was a meticulously constructed Trojan horse. She has known about Derek for over a year. She hired Elisa specifically to orchestrate this frame-up. She is building leverage to strip Elisa of her freedom, leaving my son undefended. I stand, my chair rolling backward. The urge to storm her residence and tear her empire apart with my bare hands is a blinding, violent surge, but physical intimidation won't save Derek. I need to annihilate her legally. I drop back into the chair. I target the digital infrastructure of my mother's personal litigator, the high-end firm she utilizes for her most discreet problems. I open the secured portal connecting the Swanson Trust to the law firm. As the primary trustee of the estate, my corporate clearance legally overrides her individual privacy locks. I scan through the joint client folders, hunting for Catherine's active dockets. A newly created file sits on the server. The timestamp is from this afternoon. I open it. A multi-page PDF document renders on the screen, formatted with the official seal of the New York State Family Court. I read the bold text at the top of the filing. Petition for emergency ex parte custody. Regarding the minor child, Derek Fleming. Petitioner, Catherine Swanson. Grounds for immediate removal. Criminal financial instability, pending federal felony indictment of the custodial parent. The petition is signed. The filing fees are paid. It is sitting on a judge's desk, waiting for the exact moment the embezzlement charges drop to separate my son from his mother forever.
You know that feeling when a book pulls you in, wraps around you, and refuses to let go? When the tension is so thick, you swear you can feel it?
Welcome to 30 sinfully addictive romance audiobooks that will ruin your sleep.
Wow, I wasn't ready for this. One chapter in, and I'm already hooked.
Oh, you thought this was just another audiobook collection. No, sweetheart. This is the Dirty 30. Forbidden love, dangerous desires, billionaires with secrets, bad boys who bite back. And every last word is dripped in temptation.
I thought I could just listen to one chapter before bed. Now it's 2 a.m. and I need answers.
So what are you waiting for? Click the link. Start listening. Let the Dirty 30 ruin you in the best way possible.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla. Chapter 21. Elisa. The phone call with Donovan ended 3 minutes ago, but his frantic warning still echoes through the brownstone master bedroom. Ex parte custody. Catherine filed the petition. I yanked the metal tab of the canvas duffel, the violent motion tearing the thick cotton thread. The metal teeth grind together, a jarring sound in the quiet room. A heavy rush of blood pounds against my eardrums, muffling the traffic on the Brooklyn street below. I shove a stack of folded toddler t-shirts into the remaining space, forcing the canvas shut. 2 passports rest on the mattress, beside a hastily scrawled notepad bearing my cousin Maya's address in Atlanta. A violent shiver racks my shoulders, making my hands tremble against the canvas. The sheer scale of the Swanson Empire's reach presses down on me, forcing me to drag in shallow, uneven breaths. Catherine Swanson's endgame. The fabricated embezzlement charges were just the distraction. Derek is the prize. I reach for the second duffel, my fingers gripping the canvas handle so tightly my knuckles ache. The rough fabric is a harsh reminder of the dirt and sweat I poured into building this life. A life Catherine is currently dismantling with a few forged signatures and a team of white shoe corporate litigators. Heavy footsteps sound on the oak staircase. The bedroom door pushes open. Donovan fills the frame. He wears dark trousers and a crisp, unbuttoned white collar, the tailored fabric clinging to the broad lines of his shoulders. The scent of city heat and expensive cologne immediately invades the room. His gaze drops to the canvas bags on the bed. He tracks the passports. He tracks the notepad. The composure he usually maintains completely dissolves. "You're packing," he says, the devastation plain in his expression. He steps over the threshold, his large frame blocking the door. Maya has a guest room in Atlanta. I throw a handful of my own clothes into the open leather tote on the dresser. Hector is keeping the fleet running. Louisa is managing the plaza load-in. I can run the logistics remotely through encrypted servers until we figure out how to stop the indictment. Donovan crosses the hardwood in 3 massive strides. His large hands clamp over my wrists, instantly halting my manic movement. The searing heat of his palms burns through the thin silk of my blouse. "You are not going to Atlanta," he demands. "You are not running." I twist my wrists, breaking his hold. I shove my hands into his chest, hitting the solid muscle beneath his shirt. "You promised me you had this under control." The accusation tear spills, fueled by pure, unadulterated terror. "You swore you were draining her accounts, but she just filed to take my son." A judge won't care about the truth, Donovan. They'll see the Swanson letterhead attached to a federal warrant and hand my baby over to the state. To her. He backs me against the mahogany dresser. "My lawyers are stalling the judge right now. Callahan is finalizing the indictment. Catherine isn't waiting." The panic clawing at my throat bleeds into the open air. "She is cornering us. If she triggers the police before your people move on her, they put me in handcuffs. I cannot protect him from a holding cell." The accusation hangs in the charged air, sharp and unforgiving. Donovan freezes. The polished facade he wears for the world falls away. He doesn't yell. He doesn't argue. He drops. His knees hit the hardwood floor with a heavy thud. The man who rules a global real estate empire sinks directly at my feet. I stumble back a step. He wraps his massive arms around the backs of my thighs, pulling my hips flush against his chest. He buries his face directly into my stomach. His breath is a hot, unsteady rush against my skin. "I underestimated her. I'm sorry." His voice breaks, raw and desperate. "God, Elisa, I am so sorry. But I have the legal strikes ready now. I will strip my mother of her freedom. I will liquidate the trusts, sell the skyscrapers, and leave her with nothing before I let her take him." He shifts, his large hands gripping my hips tightly. He tilts his head back, forcing me to look down at him. "You are my family, Elisa." He makes the promise without a shred of hesitation. "Mine, both of you. I swear to God I will tear my own legacy apart to keep you safe. Do not run from me." The blind panic in my chest finally recedes. The magnitude of his surrender steadies my shaking hands. I will not let Catherine turn me back into the helpless woman she threw onto the street 5 years ago. I reach into the pocket of my slacks. My fingers close around the cold, smooth metal of the titanium flash drive. I am not a victim. I hold the small rectangle up in the ambient light. "And you do not have to sacrifice everything. She gave us the match. This is the drive we took from her assistant. I made copies." Donovan tracks the movement as I press the cold metal directly into his open palm, folding his long fingers over it. "We have the 4.2 gigabyte cache logs," I remind him. "You saw the Aurelia Holdings transfer. Her digital fingerprints are all over it." Donovan stares at the drive. The panic in his expression shifts into cold calculation. "Add this to your pile of evidence." I step closer, threading my fingers through the dark waves of his high. "We hand this to the federal prosecutor, along with your forensic accounting. Catherine goes to prison for wire fraud and extortion. But if we do this, Donovan, you lose your mother. You lose the matriarch of your family. Publicly. Permanently." He turns his face, pressing a kiss against the inside of my wrist. "She stopped being my family the day she drove my brother into the ground," he promises, his voice stripped of mercy. Sunday night. The second the gala concludes, the FBI raids the holding company. She will leave the plaza in handcuffs. 2 a.m. The cavernous expanse of the Swanson Plaza Ballroom stretches out in front of me, a breathtaking cathedral of floral architecture. Thousands of deep purple wisteria blossoms cascade from the vaulted ceilings, suspending an illusion of a living forest canopy over the imported marble. The air is heavy with the damp, earthy perfume of thousands of blooming flowers. The staging crew clocked out an hour ago. I couldn't sleep, and Donovan is with his lawyers, doing some last-minute preparation. The nervous energy demanded motion, drawing me to the venue to check the rigging lines one last time. I stand in the exact center of the empty dance floor, a solitary figure in the shadows of my own masterpiece. My thin cardigan offers a lightweight shield against the biting air conditioning. The muffled metallic slide of the primary double doors opening breaks the quiet. I don't flinch. I knew Hayes would call him the second my vendor badge scanned at the plaza's service entrance. I just didn't expect him to cross the city this fast. Heavy, measured footsteps echo against the marble. Donovan steps into the dim, ambient lighting of the ballroom. He wears a tailored black dress shirt, the collar unbuttoned to expose the strong column of his throat. He stops where the marble meets the dance floor. He scans the sprawling wisteria canopy, registering the impossible scale of the installation before finding me. He crosses the room. His shadow falls over me before he even stops moving. He doesn't say a word. He slides his left hand around the curve of my waist, the heat of his palm searing through my clothes. His right hand captures mine, threading our fingers together and pulling my arm up against his chest. A slow dance, no music, no chaotic crowd, just the quiet, heavy rhythm of his breathing and the faint trace of espresso lingering on his skin. I follow his lead, stepping into the unhurried sway. I rest my cheek against the solid muscle of his chest, directly over the heavy thud of his heartbeat. "You shouldn't be wandering the city at 2 a.m, he murmurs against my temple, his voice rough with exhaustion. "I couldn't sleep," I whisper, closing my eyes and inhaling the scent of him. And the installation is a trap, a beautiful, $1 million cage designed to bury us. Let her walk into it. His grip tightens on my waist, pulling my body against his. Let her put on her pearls and smile for the press. The warrant clears tomorrow morning. Callahan holds the flash drive and all my forensic evidence. He stops swaying. He tilts my chin up, forcing me to meet the dark, raw devotion in his face. He moves his head lower, his mouth capturing mine. The kiss is heavy and consuming. His mouth claims mine with a fierce urgency, tasting of impending fallout. I grip his forearms, my fingernails biting into the cotton, holding tightly onto the man willing to tear his world apart for me. He pulls back slightly, his breath mingling with mine in the wisteria-scented air. "Tomorrow," he promises, his thumb dragging across my lower lip. We strip her of everything, and we walk out of this room together.
Chapter 22. Donovan. The deep bass of a live cellist vibrates through the reinforced glass of the mezzanine surveillance suite. Below, the Swanson Plaza Ballroom is a masterpiece. The gold-leafed architecture of my family's dynasty is transformed by a sprawling violet canopy. Thousands of deep purple wisteria blossoms drift above the heads of Manhattan's elite. The scent of damp earth and imported black orchids saturates the filtered air, failing to mask the bitter taste of tension coating my tongue. Elisa conquered this room. She took the Swanson capital and forged an undisputed triumph. I stand behind the tinted observation glass, my hands buried in the pockets of my tuxedo. On the polished marble floor 80 feet below, Catherine Swanson holds court near a towering ice sculpture. She wears a silver gown, a diamond collar resting against her throat. She smiles, lifting a crystal flute of champagne, accepting the sycophantic praise of the Gala committee, blind to the guillotine hovering mere inches above her neck. The grand jury indictment is unsealed. Agent Brooks, the lead federal prosecutor for the Southern District, taps the screen of an encrypted tablet. He wears a standard-issue dark suit that stands out against the high-fashion aesthetics of the venue. Wire fraud, extortion, money laundering across 3 international borders. The judge signed the ex parte seizure orders 10 minutes ago. Callahan steps up beside him, adjusting his wire-rimmed glasses. The head of my forensic accounting division looks down at the ballroom with the clinical detachment of a mortician. The Cayman Shell Corporation is locked. All secondary routing nodes tied to C. Swanson Holdings are frozen by the Federal Reserve. She has zero liquidity. The extraction timeline? I ask, keeping my focus on the floor below. Midnight. Agent Brooks checks his watch. The second the primary sponsors begin to exit, my tactical teams move into the lobby. We execute the arrest warrants quietly. No press perimeter. She goes out through the subterranean service elevators directly into a federal transport vehicle. No. I finally look away from the silver gown circulating the ballroom. You walk her directly out the front doors of the plaza. You march her down the grand staircase in front of every single photographer on Fifth Avenue. Let the press document the exact moment Catherine Swanson loses her empire. Brooks hesitates, clearing his throat. Standard protocol dictates a discreet... Standard protocol does not apply to a woman who manufactured a federal felony to steal my son. I don't care about her reputation or my family's. It hardly matters. I stare down the federal agent, daring him to defy me. You want the digital architecture of her laundering operation, you execute the arrest on my terms, publicly. Understood, Mr. Swanson. Brooks nods tightly, stepping back to his communication console. My left hand moves to my wrist. My fingers grip the platinum bezel of my Patek Philippe, twisting at a quarter turn. The mechanical click grounds me. The nightmare is an hour away from ending. The machine that drove my older brother into the ground and robbed me of 5 years of my son's life is finally collapsing. Tomorrow morning, Catherine Swanson will be a cautionary tale in the Wall Street Journal. Tomorrow morning, I am driving to Brooklyn, packing my son's dinosaur encyclopedias and bringing Elisa home. I can finally tell him who I am. I can be his father, completely unburdened by the toxic weight of my family name. The secure earpiece resting deep in my right ear crackles with a sharp burst of static. Sir! Hayes' voice is a tight, clipped bark, lacking its usual professional calm. Report. I step away from the glass, my shoulders pulling taut. We have a deviation at the primary extraction point. Heavy, rapid footsteps echo in the background of the audio feed. Target Alpha missed the B2 rendezvous. She is not at the logistics van. The room tilts. A cold, sudden dread hits my chest, an old ache pulsing through the silver scar on my jaw. Specify, I demand, gripping the edge of the console. Catherine's private security contractors breached the loading dock. Hayes breathes heavily into the mic. They boxed in the Fleming Botanicals transport vehicles with 2 armored SUVs. They intercepted Miss Fleming at the service elevators before my perimeter team could acquire a visual. All the ambient noise in the surveillance suite fades into a dull, sickening buzz, drowning out the chatter of the federal agents. She isn't waiting. Elisa's desperate warning from the bedroom of her brownstone hits me. Catherine is a cornered animal. She must have realized I drained her offshore accounts. Her financial trap failed, so her survival instinct demands a physical hostage. Where did they take her? I crossed the suite, heading straight for the door. They diverted the service elevator override, Hayes reports into the secure channel. The car bypassed the lobby. They took her to the 14th floor VIP suite. The corridor is locked down by 4 armed contractors. My men are stacking at the stairwell door now, but they have lethal force authorization. Stand your men down. I rip the earpiece out, tossing it onto the mahogany conference table. Agent Brooks turns from his console, his brow furrowing in confusion. Mr. Swanson, the tactical units aren't positioned for another 40 minutes. It is not going to work. I cannot wait. I shrug off the heavy tuxedo jacket. The expensive wool hits the floor, abandoned. Mr. Swanson, you cannot interfere with an active federal... I do not listen to the rest of the sentence. I slam my hand against the steel push bar of the emergency exit. The heavy fire door crashes open, the impact shaking the concrete walls of the stairwell. I launch myself into the descent. My shoes pound against the concrete steps. The air in the stairwell is stale and stifling, but the sheer terror of losing her pushes me faster. 14th floor. The woman who is my whole world, the woman who survived 5 years alone to protect my son, is trapped in a cage with my mother who engineered our destruction. I skip the last 3 steps of the landing, my boots hitting the concrete hard. I reach the heavy steel door marked 14. I do not check the perimeter. I do not coordinate a tactical breach. I reach into my pocket and pull out the encrypted black keycard, the master override that grants the CEO of Swanson Enterprises absolute access to every single room in this monolith. I slap the plastic against the electronic reader. The heavy maglock flashes green with a loud, definitive clack. I throw the steel door open, stepping directly out of the stairwell and into the plush carpeted corridor of the VIP wing. 4 private security contractors are stationed outside the double mahogany doors of the suite. They are massive, armed men on Catherine's payroll, and the second I breach the hallway, their hands drop toward their holsters. I do not break my stride. I walk directly toward them, the sheer, immovable authority of my name radiating off me. I own this building. I sign your paychecks, I state, my voice dropping to a terrifying, lethal quiet. Move away from that door, or I will see you all buried in federal prison by morning. The lead contractor looks at my face, looks at the CEO MasterCard in my hand, and swallows hard. He steps aside. I grip the brass handles of the VIP suite and shove the doors open.
Chapter 23. Elisa. The heavy steel deadbolt slides into the doorframe with a loud, definitive clack. The 14th floor VIP suite of the plaza is a masterclass in soundproof luxury. The noise of the sprawling Mother's Day Gala 80 feet below is completely muted. No music. No clinking champagne flutes. Only the heavy silence of a perfectly executed trap. Catherine Swanson sits across the expansive glass coffee table, resting against the pale cream leather of the sofa. She wears a silver gown, a flawless diamond collar glittering against her throat. She is perfectly composed. She picks up a thick leather-bound dossier and drops it onto the glass surface. The heavy thud breaks the quiet. Petition for emergency ex parte custody. Regarding the minor child, Derek Fleming. The exact legal terminology Donovan warned me about on Friday glares back at me against the white paper. Next to the petition sits a stack of forged banking ledgers, charting the exact trajectory of Swanson Trust Capital into my operational accounts. Federal grand larceny, Catherine states, her tone deceptively polite. The sentencing guidelines mandate 10 to 15 years in a minimum security facility. More, given the sheer volume of the embezzlement. Child Protective Services will take custody of your son the moment the federal marshals place you in handcuffs. My stomach drops. I clench my hands into fists, letting my fingernails bite into my palms to ground myself. I refuse to look at the closed door, or the two armed men stationed outside it. I refuse to let her see me panic. I sit forward in the leather armchair, smoothing the dark fabric of my event staff dress. You routed the capital to a Cayman Island shell corporation, I state calmly. You bought my internal accountant. You manufactured the digital footprint. I secured the Swanson legacy. Catherine adjusts her diamond collar, unbothered by the confession. My son is compromised. His judgment is clouded by a ridiculous, lingering attachment to a woman entirely unworthy of our pedigree. I will not allow a child carrying Swanson blood to be raised in a Brooklyn brownstone by a common vendor. Sign the surrender of parental rights, Elisa. Walk away quietly, and I will ensure the federal prosecutor drops the embezzlement charges. Defy me, and I will let the indictment destroy you. I release my tightly clenched fists, resting my hands evenly in my lap. C. Swanson Holdings, LLC, I reply. More than one, to be exact. Catherine's jaw sets. The subtle shift in her posture confirms my suspicion. She already knows this. That is exactly why she bypassed the legal route and cornered me with armed guards. It is a desperate last resort. Aurelia Holdings, I continue, holding her gaze. I pulled the 4.2 gigabyte cache logs directly from your assistant's terminal on Friday. Donovan drained the Cayman account that same day. The money is gone, Catherine. You have no stolen capital to show the federal investigators. You have nothing. I lean across the glass table. The trap failed. The second you walk out of this hotel, the FBI is going to raid your holding company. You are going to federal prison for wire fraud and extortion. You will never breathe the same air as my son. For exactly 3 seconds, Catherine looks like a woman standing on a collapsing foundation. Her certainty fractures. But then the shock fades, replaced by a chilling amusement. A slow, mocking smile curves her bright red lips. My son always was a brilliant strategist, Catherine murmurs. He protects his assets flawlessly. But tell me, Ms. Fleming, did he share his entire strategy with you? Or did he keep the true risks to himself? knowing you would crumble under the pressure. She reaches into the beaded silver clutch resting beside her on the sofa. With a flick of her wrist, she tosses a thin manila envelope onto the glass table. Glossy, high-resolution photographs spill across the forged banking ledgers. A cold chill sweeps over me. The gray, churning surf of the ocean. A sprawling cedar shingle beach house. Derek, wearing an oversized navy sweater, throwing a stone into the water. Donovan, crouching in the sand, his hand resting securely on my son's small shoulder. The telephoto lens captured the devastatingly private sanctuary of our Sunday in the Hamptons. The metadata timestamp glares in the bottom corner of the prints, weeks ago. A lovely family outing. Catherine taps a polished fingernail against Donovan's face in the photograph. The paparazzi I hired acquired this visual confirmation the very afternoon you were there. I transmitted the file directly to my son's encrypted server that same day. The blood drains from my face. He knew. Catherine gloats. Donovan received these photographs weeks ago. He knew I had eyes on your bastard child. He knew my photographers tracked you down. I bet he didn't tell you. A wave of nausea hits me, bitter and heavy in my throat. I am building the wall, Elisa. I promised you. The memory of his promise turns into a sick, twisted lie. He not only built a wall around our son, he built a wall between us. He didn't trust me to handle the truth. Why would he hide that from you, I wonder? Catherine leans back victorious. Because the Mother's Day Gala required your undivided focus. Because if you knew I was watching the boy, you would have panicked. You would have pulled your firm. You would have breached the contract and ruined his pristine event. So, he lied to your face. He kept you completely in the dark, pacified and docile, to ensure his logistics were executed flawlessly. The ground falls out from under me. He didn't protect us. He operated with the exact same calculating control that defines his mother. He weighed the risk of my panic against the success of his gala, and he chose the gala. The vulnerability we shared on the rooftop, the promises he made to me in the dark, it was all just a strategy, a containment protocol. The electronic mag lock on the VIP doors flashes green with a loud click. The heavy mahogany doors are shoved violently open, hitting the walls with a sharp crack. Donovan stands in the doorway, stripped of his tuxedo jacket. His crisp white dress shirt is unbuttoned at the throat. He is breathing hard, his chest heaving as his eyes scan the room. He ignores his mother completely. His gaze zeroes in on me. He crosses the thick carpet. He reaches for me. Elisa. My gaze drops to the glass table. Donovan's eyes follow the trajectory. He registers the forged ledgers. The ex parte custody petition and the glossy photographs of the Hamptons. He stops dead. The blood vanishes from his face, leaving him deathly pale. He looks back up at me. He knows I've seen them. I can explain, he says, his voice rough with panic. He steps forward, his hands lifting. I contained the threat. I tracked the photographers. I didn't tell you because you were already overwhelmed by the gala installation. I was trying to protect you. I refused to scream or cry. A profound, icy numbness settles over my skin. I stand up, picking up my small clutch from the arm of the chair. I smooth the dark fabric of my dress, erasing the wrinkles with slow, deliberate movements. I force my shoulders back. I bypass the glass table, heading for the exit. Donovan blocks my path. Elisa, please don't leave. He pleads. Look at me. I neutralized her. The FBI is in the lobby right now. I stop inches from his chest. What else? I ask, the words slipping out terrifyingly quiet. What other threats did you decide I wasn't smart enough to handle? What else did you hide to make sure I stayed docile until your event was finished? Nothing, he insists, desperation cracking his voice as he reaches for my hands. Elisa, I swear to you there is nothing else. I was trying to shoulder the burden so you wouldn't have to live in fear. I pull my hands out of his reach. Stop. He freezes. You can save the explanation, I tell him, the realization settling heavy and hollow in my chest. Because it doesn't matter what your reasons were, Donovan. I don't trust you. He flinches, stumbling back half a step as if I actually shoved him. You didn't protect us, I say quietly. You managed us. I step forward, pushing past his shoulder. He doesn't fight the contact. He lets me pass. I step out into the corridor, ignoring the table and the woman who tried to buy my son. Stay away from him, I say, the final demand echoing off the hallway walls as I walk away.
You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF Audio Bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner. Because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 24. Donovan. The midnight sky over the East River is a vast, starless expanse against the glowing Manhattan skyline. The private executive office above the Swanson Plaza Ballroom is dead silent. The air feels heavy, suffocating. I stand before the floor-to-ceiling glass, staring out at the sprawling, chaotic grid of Midtown. You didn't protect us. You managed us. The words don't echo. They just sit hollow in my chest. I drove her away with my own arrogance. I treated the woman I love like a variable that needed to be contained. I kept her in the dark about the Hampton surveillance, not out of malice, but because I thought I could shoulder the burden alone. I thought I was sheltering her from the toxic reality of my family so the Gala could go off without her having to look over her shoulder. I acted exactly like my mother. I assumed I could handle every threat without consulting my partner, and it cost me my family. My fingers grip the platinum bezel of my Patek Philippe watch. It feels like a shackle. I pop the clasp, pull the watch from my wrist, and drop it onto the obsidian desk. The heavy clack of the metal against the stone is final. I reach for the encrypted phone and hit the speed dial. Agent Brooks, the federal prosecutor, answers immediately. The background noise a chaotic hum of agents preparing to move. The warrants are active. We are moving to extract her from the plaza. Divert your team, I instruct flatly. Bring them to the main press briefing room on the ground floor. 10 minutes. Brooks hesitates, the static crackling over the line. Mr. Swanson, the media presence in that lobby is currently tracking the post-gala wrap-up. A federal arrest in that room will trigger an international media circus. That is exactly what I want, Brooks. I turn away from the window. Bring the handcuffs to the podium. I end the call. I leave my silk tie draped over the leather chair, my tuxedo abandoned back in the suite. Dressed in just my dark charcoal shirt and trousers, I run a hand roughly through my hair. I'm done playing the polished executive. The descent in the private elevator is quiet. The anger in my chest isn't frantic anymore. It is cold, clear, and completely focused on dismantling my mother's legacy. The elevator doors part on the ground floor. The Swanson Plaza press briefing room is a sea of high-definition cameras, glaring strobe lights, and bristling microphones. The financial press corps, gathered for the traditional post-gala corporate address, hums with aggressive, expectant energy. I don't wait for the director of public relations to introduce me. I walk directly across the stage. The sheer bluntness of my entrance silences the room. I step behind the acrylic podium, gripping the edges tightly. I let the silence stretch for a long, agonizing moment before I lean into the microphone. Good evening, I begin, my voice projecting clearly over the blinding flashbulbs. For 30 years, Swanson Enterprises has operated under a meticulously constructed facade of aristocratic prestige and corporate integrity. The camera shutters erupt into a mechanical roar. Tonight, that facade comes down! I stare directly into the red recording light of the central network camera. Effective immediately, I am resigning from my position as Chief Executive Officer of the Swanson Trust. Furthermore, I am liquidating my entire 51% controlling stake in the family empire. Every single voting share, every single real estate asset tied to my name is being transferred into an irrevocable blind trust. A shockwave ripples through the room. Reporters shout, shoving digital recorders toward the stage. The financial ramifications of a sudden liquidation on this scale are massive. The sole beneficiary of this trust, I raise my voice to cut through the noise, is my 4-year-old son, Derek Fleming. His mother, Elisa, will act as the primary trustee with all financial control. The Swanson board no longer dictates the future of this wealth. My wife does. The doors at the briefing room swing open. A dozen federal agents wearing dark windbreakers bearing the bright yellow letters FBI walk into the press room. The journalists scramble backward to clear a path. Walking surrounded by the agents, flanked by Agent Brooks, is Catherine Swanson. She still wears her tailored silver gala gown and flawless diamond collar. Her pale eyes are wide, darting frantically away from the blinding flashbulbs. Her composure has completely disintegrated. She is no longer the matriarch. She spots me at the podium. "Donovan!" Her voice pitches into a shrill, desperate shriek. "Order your security to stop this! They arrested me in the lobby! Call the legal team!" I ignore her demands, leaning closer to the microphones. "The liquidation of my assets is the secondary announcement of tonight," I state, speaking directly over her protests. "The primary announcement is the total cooperation of this office with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Catherine Swanson, acting independently through a Cayman Island shell corporation, systematically defrauded the Swanson Trust. She orchestrated a multi-million-dollar wire fraud and extortion ring, specifically designed to frame a contracted vendor, Fleming Botanicals and Events, for federal embezzlement." Catherine freezes in the center aisle. The camera crews swarm her, lenses shoving inches from her face. "She used the capital of this company to try and steal a child," I continue, my tone unwavering. "I have surrendered the cash logs, the offshore routing codes, and the proof of internal accounting bribes directly to the federal prosecutor. Her reign ends today." Agent Brooks steps behind Catherine. The sharp metallic click of steel handcuffs ratcheting closed around her manicured wrists echoes through the room. "Donovan!" Catherine thrashes against the federal agents, her silver gown wrinkling. "You are destroying the legacy! You are ruining the family! You cannot do this!" "I am mitigating a liability," I reply, handing her exact, ruthless terminology right back to her. I step away from the podium. I do not answer a single question from the screaming press corps. I walk off the stage, down the side stairs, and out through the emergency exit. The heavy steel door shuts behind me, shutting out the chaos of my former life. The Cullinan is idling in the subterranean loading dock. I dismiss the driver, sliding into the driver's seat myself. The twin-turbo engine roars to life. I tear out of the garage. The drive to Brooklyn is a blur. The late-night traffic yields to the massive black SUV. The towering skyscrapers of Manhattan fade in the rearview mirror, replaced by the quiet, familiar brick streets of Brooklyn. I pull the vehicle onto the narrow industrial street housing Fleming Botanicals. The massive, sprawling complex of glass greenhouses and brick warehouses sits quiet. The logistical chaos of the Mother's Day Gala is over. The delivery trucks are parked. I cut the engine. I step out of the Cullinan. The warm spring air of Brooklyn hits my face, carrying the faint, familiar scent of damp peat moss and crushed leaves. I cross the loading dock. My shoes scrape against the rough floor. I walk directly toward the primary temperature-controlled greenhouse at the back of the property. The heavy plastic doors are propped open. Hector Fleming stands at the long aluminum potting table. He wears a dirt-stained gray t-shirt, transferring a large fern into a ceramic planter. He stops. His dark eyes take in my missing suit jacket and the exhaustion on my face. He glances at the small television mounted in the corner of the greenhouse, which is currently replaying the live footage of Catherine being shoved into the back of a federal transport vehicle. The fiercely protective hostility that usually radiates from his posture wavers. He wipes the damp potting soil from his hands onto a microfiber cloth. I stop a few feet from the table. I don't try to command the space or project any boardroom authority. I'm completely hollowed out. I look directly at the man who protected the only two people on this earth who matter to me. "I dismantled it," I say, my voice shaking and entirely stripped of pride. "It's over. I have nothing left but them." Hector stares at me. The silence in the earthy greenhouse stretches. I swallow hard against the tightness in my throat. "May I see her?" I ask quietly. "Please."
Chapter 25. Elisa. The damp grit of potting soil packs tightly beneath my fingernails. I plunge my hands into the dark earth, spilling from a shattered terracotta pot. The warm, humid air of the greenhouse clings to my bare arms, smelling sharply of eucalyptus and blooming jasmine. The memory of the midnight press conference loops relentlessly in my mind. I try to focus on the roots of the ferns, but all I can see is the flashing strobes. The chaotic roar of the financial press corps. Donovan standing behind the clear acrylic podium, his broad shoulders squared against the blinding flashbulbs. I watched him throw it all away. I watched him stand on live television, sever his ties to his mother, and hand his entire controlling stake over to a boy he met exactly 1 month ago. A shaky breath escapes my lips. I sit on an overturned crate in the staging bay, wearing a stained canvas apron over a plain tank top. My knees press against the spilled dirt. Hector had walked into the back office an hour ago, carrying a tablet playing the live feed of Catherine Swanson being shoved into a federal transport vehicle. Hector set the tablet down, looked at me, and let out a heavy sigh. "He's in the loading dock," Hector had said. "He's been out there since midnight. He never went home, Elle. He's just been leaning against his car in the dark, watching the door." The plastic doors at the bay groan on their hinges. The scent of city streets and faint coffee cuts through the floral perfume of the greenhouse. I don't look up immediately. I keep my hands buried in the soil. Muffled footsteps crunch against the gravel pathway. Not the click of dress shoes, but a dull, exhausted tread. The footsteps stop near my staging area. I lift my chin. The man standing in front of me looks completely broken. He wears the same dark charcoal dress shirt and black trousers from the broadcast, but the fabric is deeply wrinkled. His sleeves are pushed up, his collar is unbuttoned, and his dark hair is a messy, uncombed tangle. Deep, bruised shadows sit beneath his green eyes. He stands a few feet away, his broad shoulders bowed forward as if he can no longer carry his own weight. The fight is entirely drained out of him. "Donovan," I whisper. The urge to step over the spilled earth and pull him into my arms is a heavy, painful ache in my chest. Seeing him this exhausted, this utterly broken, makes it so hard to hold on to my fury. I know why he lied. I know he thought he was shielding me from the nightmare of his family. But the betrayal still burns. A sharp, stubborn resentment that he chose to shoulder the burden alone instead of trusting me to stand beside him. "I was trying to carry it all," he says, his voice thick with unshed tears, almost as if he can hear the exact conflict raging in my head. "I thought if I just handled it quietly, you wouldn't have to live looking over your shoulder. I thought I was protecting you." I wipe my dirt-stained hands on my apron, refusing to let him see my fingers tremble. "You lied to my face," I tell him quietly. "You stood in my kitchen and promised to protect us. You let me walk into that VIP suite, completely blind to the fact that Catherine had photographs of my child, that she had known all along. I acted exactly like my mother." Donovan replies without flinching. He doesn't offer a single excuse. "I assumed I knew what was best for you. I didn't hide it to save the event, Elisa. I hid it because I couldn't bear the thought of you living in terror. But by doing that, I took away your right to defend yourself. And in that VIP suite, watching you look at me like I was exactly the man I spent 5 years trying not to be, it gutted me." He covers his face with his hands, a ragged, uneven breath tearing through his chest. "I kept you in the dark," he whispers. "I took away your right to make your own choices. I am so sorry, Elisa." The genuine devastation in his posture breaks my heart. I look down at my dirt-stained apron. "You threw it all away," I say, still struggling to comprehend the midnight broadcast. "You liquidated your voting shares. You transferred the trust to Derek. It's over," he says, dropping his hands to meet my gaze. I resigned. Catherine will face a federal judge on Friday. She will never come near you or Derek again. He takes a hesitant step forward. I am starting over, he promises softly. An independent real estate firm. No Swanson capital. No legacy board members. Every dollar will be earned with my own work. A life built entirely on transparency. I spent 5 years terrified, I tell him, the raw honesty bleeding into the damp air. I was so terrified that your family's money would swallow my son whole, that he would just become another pawn in Catherine's games. And yesterday, she nearly proved me right. She will never touch him. Donovan reaches out, his large hands gently catching my wrists. That money is locked away, and only you control it. I am not asking you to step into the Swanson empire, Elisa. I tore it apart so I could leave it behind. He pulls my hands to his chest, pressing my palms right over the frantic, heavy thud of his heart. I'm asking you to let me be part of your life, he pleads, a single tear finally slipping down his face, tracking through the dust on his cheek. Let me be his father. Let me love you the way I should have 5 years ago. Please, give me the rest of my life to make up for the time I lost. The last lingering traces of my fear finally recede. The defensive walls I built to survive the last 5 years crumble. He didn't force me into his world. He gave his world up so he could exist in mine. I step over the spilled potting soil, closing the space between us. I reach up, my dirt-stained hands framing his face. The rough grit of the earth smears against his damp cheek. He doesn't pull away. He leans his entire weight into my touch. No more secrets, I tell him firmly. We face things together. You never hide the truth from me again. Never, he promises, pressing a kiss to the palm of my hand. I swear it. I lean forward and press my mouth against his. The kiss isn't rushed or demanding. It is a long, desperate exhale after years of holding my breath. A quiet promise that the worst is finally behind us. I part his lips, tasting the salt of his tears and the faint trace of coffee. He lets out a deep, relieved sigh, his arms wrapping tightly around my waist to pull my body flush against his. The dirt from my apron stains his dark shirt, but neither of us cares. When he finally breaks the kiss, he rests his forehead heavily against mine. Donovan slides his arms behind my back and under my knees. He lifts me smoothly off the ground, cradling me securely against his chest. He looks down into my eyes, the exhaustion in his expression replaced by quiet, absolute devotion. Let me take you home.
Chapter 26. Donovan.
I hate to put a stop to a good time, but it looks like we've hit this platform's limit for spiciness.
This platform's got some rules we have to play by if we want to keep giving you these stories for free.
And trust me, this scene isn't something you want to miss.
While we can't get into all the details here, you can still dive into the full, uncut version at TylaWalker.com.
Miss Tyla has an entire collection of unabridged audiobooks and ebooks waiting for you.
And the best part? You can treat yourself with 40% off when you use the code SAVE40.
That's right. You'll save on any digital product, even bundles that are already discounted.
Miss Tyla would never let anyone feel the kind of disappointment you must be feeling right now.
So why wait? Treat yourself with Miss Tyla.
Mommy, Donovan, the sun is awake. The high-pitched, demanding voice of the 4-year-old obliterates the quiet of the bedroom. I peel one eye open. Derek stands in the massive bed. He wears a pair of bright green dinosaur print pajamas, his thick, dark curls standing up in a wild halo. His vivid green eyes stare down at the tangled mess of limbs beneath the white duvet. Elisa groans, burying her face directly into the warm muscle of my chest. The sun is awake, but the humans are dead, baby, she mumbles, her voice a sleep-heavy purr. I wrap my arm around her waist, pulling her closer, while reaching out with my other hand to snag Derek. I yank him down onto the mattress. He squeals, a bright, ringing sound of pure joy tumbling into the space between us. He wedges his small body directly against my ribs. The sheer magnitude of the moment settles heavily in my chest. A self-made florist and a 4-year-old boy, the true legacy, the only wealth that matters. "I need my Tyrannosaurus," Derek announces suddenly, wiggling to get free. "He is protecting the kitchen." He begins to scramble off the tall bed, but I sit up, catching him gently by the shoulder. "Hey, buddy," I say, my voice rough with sleep. "Hold on a second. Can I talk to you?" Derek stops, sensing the shift in my tone. He sits back on his heels, clutching the duvet in his small fists. Elisa shifts beside me, pushing herself up on her elbows. She looks at me, her dark eyes wide and suddenly shimmering with unshed tears. She nods slowly. I turn my full attention to the boy. I look at the curve of his jaw, the shape of his nose, the exact shade of his eyes. "Derek," I start, my throat suddenly incredibly tight. "You know how your friends at preschool have dads?" Derek nods his head, his curls bouncing. "Yeah, Leo's dad carries him on his shoulders." "Well," I swallow hard, fighting the overwhelming wave of emotion threatening to break my voice. "I want you to know that. I'm your dad. I'm your father, Derek." The 4-year-old stares at me, his brow furrowing as his brilliant, developing mind processes the information. He looks at Elisa. "He is, baby," Elisa whispers, a tear slipping down her cheek. "He's your daddy." Derek looks back at me, his green eyes widen, and a massive, gap-toothed smile breaks across his face. "Like a real dad?" Derek asks, his voice hushed with awe. "I asked God for a dad when I blowed out my birthday candles." A choked, watery laugh escapes out of me. I pull him entirely into my chest, wrapping my massive arms around his small frame. I bury my face in his chaotic curls, the tears finally falling hot and fast against his pajamas. "Yeah, buddy," I whisper, holding my son for the very first time. "Like a real dad, I promise." Derek hugs my neck fiercely for a long minute before pulling back. "Can I ride on your shoulders to the kitchen? To get the T-Rex?" I laugh, wiping the wetness from my face. "Anytime you want." I lift him up, swinging him onto my broad shoulders. He grips my hair tightly, giggling as I stand up from the bed, still wearing my sweatpants, and carry him to the door. I set him down in the hallway, and he takes off at a dead sprint down the oak staircase. I walk back into the quiet bedroom. Elisa is sitting up, the white sheet draped over her chest. The morning light catches the tear tracks shining on her cheeks, but she is smiling, a soft, incredibly tender, and completely whole smile. I walk over to my discarded jeans pooling on the floor. My hand slips into the front pocket. My fingers close around a small, square box wrapped in black velvet. I pull it out, holding it in the center of my palm. Elisa freezes. The breath halts in her throat. Her dark eyes lock onto the small black box. I sit on the bed we just wrecked, looking at the woman who survived the war with me. I flip the lid open. The morning sunlight strikes the ring, and it is not a Swanson heirloom. It was not extracted from a vault guarded by litigators. It is a flawless, emerald-cut diamond flanked by 2 deep blue sapphires, set in brushed platinum. I commissioned it from an independent jeweler in Brooklyn 3 weeks ago, funding it entirely from my own personal real estate investments. "There is no empire," I state, my voice absolute and uncompromising. "There are no trusts, no board members, and no inherited wealth to use against you. I am just a man starting over from the dirt." I pull the ring from the velvet. "I will build an independent firm. I will earn every single dollar with my own 2 hands. I will never keep you in the dark, and I will spend every single second of my remaining life proving that you and Derek are the absolute center of my universe." I reach out, taking her left hand, my thumb gently stroking the skin of her index finger. "Marry me, Elisa." A single, brilliant tear breaches her eyelashes, tracking a slow, wet path down her cheek. The fierce, impenetrable armor she wore for 5 years completely dissolves, leaving only a radiant, devastatingly beautiful truth. She looks at the ring, then up into my eyes. A single, brilliant tear breaches her eyelashes, tracking a slow, wet path down her cheek. She looks at the ring, then up into my eyes. She doesn't hesitate, she reaches out, her hands framing my face as she pulls me in until our foreheads rest together. "Yes," she answers, her voice fierce and completely certain. "Put it on me."
Epilogue. Elisa. 2 years later. The air inside the sprawling vaulted glass conservatory is warm and vibrant. It does not carry the sterile chill of a Manhattan ballroom, nor does it hold the dark, oppressive shadow of the Swanson legacy. It is thick with the sweet perfume of thousands of blooming jasmine vines and damp earth, a botanical masterpiece built from steel, glass, and sheer endurance. I stand in the antechamber, the long sweeping train of my ivory silk crepe gown pooling in a flawless circle against the slate floor. It is not a fragile dress. It is a sleek, unyielding column of heavy silk, featuring an asymmetrical neckline that exposes my collarbones. It is a dress meant for a celebration, an undisputed triumph. Louisa drops to her knees, her vibrant emerald bridesmaid gown rustling as she smooths an invisible wrinkle from the hem of my dress. If anyone steps on this train, I am throwing them in the reflecting pool, Louisa mutters, adjusting a stray jasmine blossom in her intricate braids. She stands, stepping back to inspect the sheer magnitude of the styling. A fierce, uncompromising pride blazes in her dark eyes. You built this, Elle, the garden, the business, the man waiting out there. You won it all. We won it. I reach out, squeezing her hands, the rough, calloused grip of two women who hauled 50-pound buckets of water to keep a dream alive in Brooklyn. Heavy footsteps echo against the slate. Hector fills the massive arched doorway of the antechamber. My brother wears a custom-tailored black tuxedo. He tugs at the starched white collar of his dress shirt, adjusting the fit against his thick neck. He stops. His hands drop from his collar. His dark eyes sweep over the ivory silk, the intricate polished coils of my hair, and the cascading bouquet of rare, dark purple orchids I hold in my hands. His gaze softens. He walks toward me, his heavy work boots finally replaced by polished leather Oxfords. He stops in front of me, inhaling a sharp, ragged breath. Mom and Dad were fools. Hector whispers, his voice thick with emotion in the quiet room. They chased empty fantasies across Europe and left absolute royalty behind in Brooklyn. The profound history we share settles over us. The flighty parents who abandoned us. The bruising, grueling years spent fighting for a single inch of ground in a cutthroat city. The terrifying battle against the Swanson Matriarch. I lift my hand, resting my palm flat against the solid muscle of my brother's chest. You built the foundation, Hector, I murmur, my throat tight with unshed tears. You stood in the doorframe and kept the wolves out until I was strong enough to stand on my own. Hector covers my hand with his, squeezing tightly. He is a good man, Elle. He proved it. The heavy rhythmic swell of a live cello reverberates through the thick glass of the antechamber doors. The cue. Louisa steps forward, handing me the massive cascade of dark orchids. She flashes a brilliant razor-sharp smile, turning on her heel to push the heavy brass handles of the double doors. The doors swing outward. A blinding shaft of afternoon sunlight cuts through the canopy of the conservatory, spilling directly onto the slate aisle. I step forward, sliding my hand into the crook of Hector's arm. The sprawling botanical garden I designed, the non-negotiable condition I demanded when Donovan proposed 2 years ago, stretches out before me, wrought iron arches, entirely swallowed by a vibrant explosion of deep purple wisteria, frame the long pathway. The faces in the crowd blur into a warm tapestry of chosen family. The loyal staging crew from Fleming Botanicals and Events. The independent contractors Donovan hired to build his new firm. Hayes, standing rigid and vigilant near the perimeter, his dark suit perfectly pressed, but my vision bypasses the crowd completely. It locks onto the man standing at the end of the aisle, Donovan. The world around me narrows to a pinpoint. He wears a beautifully tailored midnight black tuxedo, stretching smoothly across the broad span of his shoulders. But the chilling, hyper-formal executive is gone. The icy, ruthless air Catherine Swanson created has been left in the past. The man waiting for me under the wisteria canopy is a self-made equal. For 2 years, Donovan operated an independent real estate firm, funding every payroll with his own work. He severed the Swanson capital completely. He dismantled the offshore shells, gave the federal prosecutors their evidence. and built a life entirely immune to the aristocratic rot of his ancestors. Catherine sits in a minimum security federal facility, stripped of her name, her wealth, and her access to my family. Donovan's vivid green eyes lock onto mine. The deep, overwhelming devotion in his gaze is clear and absolute. He does not politely wait for me to approach. His hands clench at his sides, his knuckles white, fighting the desperate need to cross the slate and pull me into his arms. Standing exactly 3 feet to his right is a miniature, exact replica of that intense focus. Derek, 6 years old. My son wears a tiny, perfectly tailored black tuxedo. His thick, dark curls are tamed into a neat fade. He holds a small black velvet box in his hands, standing with his shoulders perfectly squared, mirroring his father's posture. Derek looks from Donovan to me, a brilliant missing-tooth grin breaking across his face. Everything has finally fallen into a perfect, undisputed place. Hector and I reach the end of the slate aisle. The music fades into a deep, vibrating hum. Hector turns to me, pressing a fierce kiss to my forehead. He releases my arm, stepping back to take his place in the front row. "I'm going to spend the next decades making up for the time we lost," he murmurs, his voice a low, private promise only I can hear. "You built a highly successful independent real estate company," I counter, my voice a soft tease, challenging him. "I expect stability, Mr. Swanson. I will give you everything you ever ask for." The devotion in his eyes is beautiful and perfect. Reluctantly, Donovan shifts his stance, turning just enough to acknowledge the officiant standing at the head of the altar. The ceremony begins. The words spoken over us aren't sterile, traditional scripts. They are raw, hard-won truths. When it is time for our vows, Donovan takes both of my hands in his. His voice doesn't waver as he promises to build a home where I am always safe, to be the father Derek deserves, and to never let me carry the weight of the world alone. When it is my turn, I look at the man who gave up his entire universe for me. I promise to be his equal, to trust him completely and to love him without any defensive walls. "The rings," the officiant prompts gently. Derek steps forward, his small dress shoes tapping against the slate. He opens the velvet box, presenting the brushed platinum bands. Donovan's fingers extract the smaller ring. He lifts my left hand. The heavy, emerald-cut engagement ring already rests on my finger, a beacon of the independent life he forged for us. He slides the smooth platinum wedding band flush against it. The metal is cool for a heartbeat before absorbing the heat of my skin. I take the larger band, sliding it over the thick, scarred knuckle of his left ring finger. The painful history of his past is permanently replaced by our shared future. The officiant speaks the final binding words, completely drowned out by the rushing pulse in my ears. "I now pronounce you husband and wife. You may kiss your bride." Donovan pulls me in. There is no gentle, socially acceptable peck. It is a deep, consuming kiss. His arm wraps around my lower back, pulling my hips against his thighs. He arches me backward, his mouth coming down to claim mine. I open to him, my hands sliding up the broad expanse of his chest to grip the lapels of his tuxedo jacket. A cheer erupts from the conservatory, blending with the high-pitched, chaotic yell of our 6-year-old son. Donovan breaks the kiss, his chest heaving, his forehead resting heavily against mine. The dark purple wisteria blossoms sway gently above us, filtering the afternoon sun. I lower my hands, sliding my fingers perfectly through Donovan's. On my other side, Derek grabs my free hand, tugging eagerly. "Mommy, come on! Louisa said there's cake." Donovan laughs. A rich, deep, completely unburdened sound that fills the glass conservatory. He looks down at me, his thumb brushing over the smooth platinum of my new wedding band. The shadows that used to haunt his green eyes are gone. Only peace remains. "Ready, Mrs. Swanson?" he asks softly. More than ready, I smile. Together, we turn and walk back down the slate aisle. We are no longer defined by the trauma we survived or the corporate empire we left behind in Manhattan. We are simply a family, stepping out of the shadows and directly into the sun.